in person. But due to some reason, she's coming online. So Anandi is from Professor Anandi. Anandi.
Thanks.
Professor Anandi, are you there?
Yes.
Thank you. Will you start the session with your presentation?
Can we start?
Yeah. Yeah, 1 second. Let me introduce the speaker to you all. Professor S. Anandi is a professor from Madras Institute of Development Studies, PhD in History from Center for Historical Studies, and Anandi is happened to be my senior, and we both researched with the worked under the supervision of Professor K. Panikar, and Anandi's research areas are women's studies with special focus on gender, caste, and identity politics. And her research publications are Land to the Dalits, Panchami Land Struggle in Tamil Nadu, Indian Social Institute, Bangalore, 2000, and Contending Identities, Dalits and Secular Politics in Madras Slums, Indian Social Institute, New Delhi, 1995, representing Devdasis, Dasigal Moosavali as a radical text in EPW, and one more, the reproductive bodies and regulated sexuality, birth control debates on early 20th century Tamil Nadu, in the sexual economics of modern India, Caliphate Women Publications, Interlocking Patriarchies and Women in Governance, case study of Panchayat Raj institutions in Tamil Nadu. Her current research work is currently engaged in the detailed analysis of biography and politics of Dr. Muthulakshmi Reddy, the first women medical graduate and the first women legislator, well-known nationalist. And this research is a very important addition to the existing domain of knowledge. And the topic today, Professor Anandi is going to talk on gender and critique of nationalism, perspectives from Dravidian movement. This presentation, Professor Anandi will outline the gendering Indian nationalism and its impact on Indian women, especially the women from the marginalized caste. In the first part of presentation, she'll discuss specific nature of development of national patriarchy and how these movements articulate women's question as oppressed in mainstream Indian nationalist discourses of the reform and their claims to sovereignty. So this is precisely the introduction of Professor Anandi. And before Anandi takes over the session, I request our registrar, because we have conducted a quiz competition for the women candidates of our university. And among 100 and odd girls who participated in this competition, what's the name? Gayatri. She got the third prize. The first and second prize winners, they have not come in person, but I'll announce their name. I request Gayatri to come to the dais and take the prize. Thank you. Yeah. Come. Other names, Sama? Congratulations, Gayatri Devi, for coming the competition on Indian National Movement. The theme was Indian National Movement. P. Satyanarayana, he won the first prize. And Pujita from SRR College, Vijayawada. We have selected one from Hyderabad zone and the second from Andhra, Telangana, and the second from Andhra. So, three won the prize. Gayatri, second prize. Gayatri won the second. Pujita won the second prize. Sachinarayana won the first prize. And Gayatri Devi, she won the third prize. So congratulate all of the contestants and actively participated in the National Movement quiz. Thank you so much. And over to you, Anandi, for you giving your message. Yeah, thank you. I thank our registrar for being with us. Anandi, please continue.
Can I start?
Yeah, please start.
Yeah, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I guess it's a very short time within which I must give a very nuanced discussion on particularly the relationship between gender and nationalism and the manner in which the Dravidian movement had dealt with the women's question and also the question of nationalism. Now, we all know that the feminist historians' contribution to understanding Indian nationalism from the perspective of gender is very well written and very, there is an exhaustive literature, including Professor Uma Chakravarti, who has spoken to you at length in the morning. And those contributions has also made us to reflect some of the important crucial question of the location of women in nationalism and in the nationalist articulation of nation and gender. Now, broadly to say that, the statement like nationalism is gender is basically also to tell us that nationalism is always drawn from socially, historically constructed ideas about gender itself, about femininity and masculinity. And we have several examples to, adduce to this fact. There are very good, interesting writings on this. But I'll start with Uma Chakravarti's argument from her very important work, Whatever Happened to Vedic Dasi, where she clearly elaborates on the way in which Indian national identity has gained through the Aryan theory. Now, one of the important factors here that is discussed at length by Uma, using the literature, nationalist literature, mainly the writings of Bankim and the articulation by, Arya Dayanand Saraswati and others, much of this whole Aryan theory and its association with bigger conquest and expansion, or its even connotation with political and cultural achievements, have been mobilized both by the colonial officials as well as by the Indian nationalists, and particularly the early 19th century nationalists, for different purposes. One, of course, the colonial official had the purpose of, constituting Indian men as effeminate, unmanly, and inefficient to rule their country and also to protect their women. Now, in the case of nationalists, Indian nationalists, there was a need for constructing a very unified Hindu identity, not only in opposition to the colonial conception of Indian men, but it's also the manner in which, in the context of Bengal, as Uma shows, that there was a need to recall the effeminacy of the Hindu men as something that is embedded in the past, where they could not resist Muslim power. So therefore, this whole idea of the Hindu Indian men, the reconstruction of it has to take the history of the failure in relation to Muslim power and the manner in which that they have to prove that they are combating the colonial rule while mobilizing the same Aryan theory, and also trying to talk about how they are equally an inheritors of Hindu Aryan heritage. I need not go into detail of all this because there's much that you can look up in the book Recasting Women, where Uma has detailed on all this. But what is important is the location of women in this articulation of the national past that has been invoked by the cultural nationalists. If there was a stress on restoration of national unity, there was also an idea very clearly formulated that the national identity of women has to be quoting a particular form of development that in a way also articulates the notion of male governance over women, which can contest the colonial idea that women ought to be, sort of someone as a scale to look at the male inefficiency of Indian male inefficiency. So what happens here is very clearly that in some sense, Indian nationalist men's argument for reform of women's status is about protection of women's development or rights, and also looking into some of the important legislation that is required to raise the status, but at the same time build up a new national patriarchal vision where the model of womanhood would be something that could be constructed from the, as Uma argues, invocation of Vedic women. And she extensively discusses the R.C. Dutt's work on this and how the symbol of Hindu womanhood emerges from construction of the Vedic woman as an educated woman and the one who could even contract second marriages, etc. And then, of course, Uma's argument about the Hindu-Aryan, investment in Vedic faith and the, the spread of the Arya Samaj and its idea of womanhood. Now, while not going into all this in detail, because you can look up, what is important to take up here is by 1920s, with of course, a number of women participating in the national movement, which was very, very, evident from women's participation in the non-cooperation movement, etc. What becomes also clear that women have strategized in very many ways within this nationalist articulation of particular form of protectionism and patriarchy, using that particular historical context. Very visibly, women have also strategized their own participation, either by legitimating the nationalist agenda of, liberation for the nation and also liberation for women. And at the same time, looking at some of the specific issues that they could advance for women through means of, social legislation. But of course, the context that was provided is not necessarily only the participation or even say, the national movement's advancing of a particular space and moment for women to participate, but it's also the moment that was provided by imperialist articulation about Indian womanhood, which was very evident and which was very, and that moment provided an important opportunity for Indian women was the movement of Mother India, the movement of the text, the book, which came out in 1927, written by Catherine Mayo, which has been very widely discussed by Mrinalini Sinha and her work on Mother India, and the complex interaction that women, provided, and the response which was also complex in responding to Mother India. Of course, it was outrightly rejected by Gandhi and several other nationalist leaders, and seeing this as a very clearly an imperialist project and so on. What was also happening is the manner in which Women's India Association and All India Women's Conference pushed the agenda of several legislation for women, while also being critical of Catherine Mayo and her association with the British imperial projects and so on. And we know fully well that the Sarada Act 1927 was also a moment in several legislature, particularly in Madras legislature, where Muthulakshmi Reddy was in the foreground to push for several, social reform legislation for women. One particular legislation, of course, was the Devadasi abolition bill, and the other is the Sarada Act, Age of Consent, and Widow Remarriage Act. Now, coming to the, my concern here is also the response to Mother India has been a very complex response, very clear response from the nationalists as something that positioned this entire Mother India text as the imperialist text. But in South India, the self-respect movement, which was founded in 1926 by Periyar E.V. Ramaswamy in 1926, in 27 responded very differently from the nationalists, very clearly pointing out to take the text very different manner to talk about the lack of equal citizenship for women in India, which is evidenced through the denial of civil rights to women, and therefore, particularly to look at the manner in which child marriage, denial of widow remarriage, and in the custom of Devadasi practice have been a huge burden on women and denied a particular kind of space for women to participate in the modern public sphere. Now, this is again, construed to be a kind of a very pro-imperialist argument by the nationalists in Tamil Nadu. And in fact, that was the moment when Periyar was also accused of being anti-nationalist and imperialist. He had then left the Congress. Now, what exactly has been Periyar E.V. Ramaswamy's articulation about nation and nationalism, which has been elaborated by M.S.S. Pandian in his work on denationalizing the past? I want to recollect, or I want to sort of briefly sum up some of his arguments, because this has led to a different articulation about women's position within nationalism in the context of Madras presidency. And it also it provided an impetus for Muthu Reddy to propose legislation which could be passed by the Madras legislature under the leadership of Justice Party. And in fact, the National Congress, Indian National Congress in the legislature in Madras, despite few conservative elements, could not really oppose all these legislations. And in fact, the recognition of voting right for women and the representation in the legislature for women was very widely accepted in Madras presidency, partly because the manner in which the impetus was provided by the Dravidian movement at that time. Now, Periyar's contribution to the critique of Indian nationalism in this context acquires importance. Mainly, the context is relevant here because, one, moving away from what I sort of briefly described about how Uma has engaged with the creation of a particular kind of national past and the manner in which it enabled the nationalists to articulate the gender question, Periyar moves away from it and makes a critique of imagination of the national past. First, his conceptualization of nation and also nationalism, it just denies the nation's origin, Indian nation's origin in the classical Indian or Tamil past. And rather, his imagination of nation envisaged it in the anticipatory future, which is important because one, Periyar was completely denying any kind of boundaries or one particular homogeneous national identity as a common identity for citizens who are in one particular nation, carrying different cultures, and also he denied a space for one particular agential factor for any kind of change. Now, this means Periyar's conception of the nation was recentering the question not about boundaries or imagination of the past, but to reconceptualize equal citizenship and also a free kind of citizenship for all, particularly for the lower caste and women. And the citizenship right, according to him, is the constitutive element in the conception of the nation. Precisely because the Tamil Nadu Congress, for instance, did not adhere to such values. Periyar had to push the idea of this equal citizenship, not through articulation about nationalism vis-a-vis colonialism, but through the idea of communal representation. Therefore, it was immediately construed that Periyar was already beginning to articulate some form of separatism based on caste, which was anathema to the national integration project of the nationalists. Now, of course, communal representation was rejected by the Indian National Congress, and Periyar, along with that rejection, leaves the Congress and began his political agenda through the self-respect movement, and whose very core idea in the self-respect movement was very clearly sloganized and was also implemented in movement's practices. One is to oppose God, and he very clearly articulated the question of no religion, no Gandhi, no Brahmins, and no Congress. Now, in this whole articulation about several of this, as no to God, religion, Gandhi, and Brahmanism, his understanding was very clearly articulated about all these factors, is that all these factors stood in the way of different subaltern social groups attaining free and equal citizenship. These social groups, according to him, are Sudras, Dalits, Muslims, and women who could not claim equal citizenship. And if it is possible for them to claim equal citizenship in the nation in the making, only if their voices is heard and if they are equally placed in the public sphere in contesting colonialism. It is the struggle for equal citizenship and self-respect in constituting future nation that formed the basis for his founding of self-respect movement and the Dravida Kazhagam, which came up in 1944. Now, what is to be noted here is that the centrality he assigned to equal citizenship as constitutive of the nation. Now, this argument did not completely escape the imagination of women's group in South India in articulating around the same time for citizenship through political representation, which was very clearly articulated by the Women's India Association as well, in terms of reservation for women for political representation. And Muthulakshmi Reddy's voice was very clearly, was not a dissonance, but in consonance with some of the self-respect movement's argument for equal representation in citizenship. Now, one of the important way in which this citizenship argument was pushed by Periyar is to deny any kind of place for the Hindu past, and also denying the kind of vociferous articulation of othering of citizenship of Sudras and women. It is also the way in which self-respect movement articulated the question of self-respect as Manita Dharma, as opposed to Manu Dharma. Now, as we know, the nationalist demand during the time of 20s and 30s was Swaraj and self-rule, for instance, as opposed to colonialism. But for Periyar, this was a hegemony and hegemonic project of the Brahmin men that would deny a legitimate role and citizenship to subaltern classes. Let me just cite one example of how he articulates the idea of hegemony of Brahmin through articulation of nationalism will harm women. In 1928, critiquing Gandhian nationalist articulation of self-rule as opposed to British Raj, and noting the abject conditions of living for untouchables and women, Periyar observed, we have been telling, I'm quoting Periyar, we have been telling that unless the oppression of untouchables and women are destroyed, asking for freedom to India or claiming that Indians themselves will take care of Indian administration and security, or telling that India does not need even a little association with outsiders is utterly foolish and dishonestly. Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello, Sudha, did you call me? Yeah. Yeah. sorry, can I go again?
Some of them give 5 minutes.
Yeah, sure. So, since there is lack of time, I'm not going to elaborate this whole, Periyar's articulation of, demystifying the past and reconstituting the future of the nation in the context of women's liberation, which of course I have elaborated in, in the article on the women's presence in the Dravidian movement. What I wanted to say is, while, not denying the very, very visible and a very significant presence of women in Women's India Association in the case of Madras Presidency, what needs to be noted is also the presence of, the Dravidian movement and its articulation of gender question in Madras Presidency, and particularly its articulation of citizenship right. Now, one particular, articulation that is sort of been elaborated by me is the discourse on citizenship by a Devadasi woman, Muvalur Ramamurdam Ammayar, whose text I have elaborated elsewhere, and also the entire text has been translated by Vasanta Kannabiran and Kalpana Kannabiran. And the text is a very important text in many sense, because first and foremost, it foregrounds the multiple voices of the marginalized citizens of India, and until then they were not even, having any kind of a presence in the modern public sphere other than being present in the religious public sphere. Now, one of the important articulation of Ramamurdam Ammal here is that while she was very, very significantly present in the Congress movement earlier, her break with the Congress party comes when she has recognized that the Devadasi question has been addressed by Gandhi only from the point of view of assimilating the presence of Devadasis as part of the national subject, whereby they have to be sanitized and their presence as Devadasi itself as a taboo for the national movement. Now, in order to contest this, Muvalur writes a very extensive novel to show from her own experience that the multiple voices of Devadasi does not cohere with the idea that they make a contribution to the Hindu religion. The problematics of Devadasi's relationship with Hindu religion has been mapped by Ramamurdam Ammal in a very nuanced way, and tried to show that the Brahmanic patriarchy, which sort of imposed range of restrictions which are not visible to the articulation of the liberation of women, the Devadasi question within the national movement, needed to have a special kind of presence in the articulation for citizenship. This is one of our very important arguments. And the second argument that comes up here is that why Devadasi women need to oppose the Brahmanic orientation of nationalism and the national hegemony which suppresses these kind of voices. Let me just sort of end it with the, for lack of time, because it's a very disparate kind of, throwing up ideas about what the Dravidian movement articulated as contestations around, the hegemonic construction of nationalism. One of the important way in which Dravidian movement's articulation opened up spaces for range of debate about sexuality, marriage, companionship, and the conceptualization of nationalist patriarchy are very, very important in terms of how it imagined alternative visions of women's freedom, which has its relevance because in today's context, we are all finding that there is a push for homogeneous articulation of Hindu nationalism, and therefore such articulation also seemed to constrain women's political participation, which is no doubt is contingent upon such articulation, because it has been very difficult for women across historical context, across spaces, to imagine something completely anti-patriarchal as part of their political participation. because the strategies of women's participation has always been contingent upon several of these hegemonic nationalist context and articulations. So it is in this context, if there is a space that has been provided by the Dravidian movement and the Dravidian women's articulation of gender and nation, I think it requires significance in our discussion and celebration about Indian nationalism. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Anandi, for your very elaborative articulation of.
I'm sorry, I have to be very cryptic and it's been all over the place.
Yeah, but please do text us the article so that I'll distribute among our, circulate among our scholars and colleagues so that they'll have the idea of the complete essence of what you want to say. And because of the paucity of the time, we started late. And you elaborated the self-respect movement of the critique of gender nationalism, foregrounding the ideas of Periyar E.V. Ramaswamy Nayak and the women activists of the movement. Thank you so much for sparing your time and being with us. Now the next speaker of today's panel is Sunita Rani, is a professor, Center for Women's Studies, University of Hyderabad. She served as a faculty member in Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalaya and then later to University of Hyderabad. Her areas of interest are gender studies, cultural studies, and indigenous studies. She visited fellow as a, several countries as fellow at Gippsland, Australia, and Sahitya Academy Junior Fellowship, and Shastri Indo-Canadian Fellowship, and Expression of Self-Narratives, Canadian Women's Personal Narratives, University of York, Toronto, Canada, Sri Lanka, so several other countries, and there are several distinctions to her credit also. Ladla Media Awards and Golden Jubilee Literary Translation Prize for translation of Konnepudi Nirmala's poetry, and 26 scholars pursued their PhDs under her able guidance, and 25 MPhil. So she authored more than 16 books on literature and several other aspects. Thank you so much, Sunita, for being with us. And please, the time left is also, I've requested you to 10 minutes. And one more speaker is here, Zarina Madam. So she'll be the last speaker of this. After this, we'll break for lunch and then assemble it again. Over to you, Sunita, for your talk. Thank you. Yeah, Sunita. Unmute your phone. Sunita, unmute. Sunita, unmute your phone. Yeah.
Yes.
Please. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Sudharani. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to make a presentation. Thanks also for making me part of this event, that I could listen to presentations by Professor Uma Chakravarti and Professor Anandi, among many others. And many others I'm going to listen to in this symposium. I will definitely keep my presentation short. National movement, nation making or nation dreaming or nation building from 19th century onwards had women, involved women in many capacities, in many ways, in a major manner. Like Professor Anandi referred to Bharat Mata, the image of Bharat Mata, I think there was the very imagination of nation itself was gendered. And national movement and reform movement were moving hand in hand, and reform movement was also majorly focusing on women. Then in that case, are women only passive participants? Are women only passive subjects? Were they also negotiating with nation making? Were they also intervening and contributing in their own ways to nation making? These are the questions that stand before us. And they were also caught between, in a sense, you know, the way the new woman was being carved out, was being molded, an educated woman, a woman who can light up the home, an educated woman who can educate generations of people at home and family, who can make ideal families on one hand. So she was, in a sense, a modern woman, a contemporary woman, a cultured woman had to be educated. At the same time, there was still restrictions on women from writing about themselves. So women were also negotiating with these two kinds of choices and options that were given to them. And they were making their own spaces and they were coming up with their own voices. And that is why I chose women's narratives today, not just one form of writing, but different forms of writing, some which they have written, some which were recorded. And it was true that nation was being, aspirations for nation, for an independent nation, were being designed in a certain manner. But every now and then, we do come across women who come in, who pitch in, who intervene, and who say that, yes, I'm with nation making. Even I want an independent nation, but that nation has to take into consideration a few issues, a few concerns that women have. And these concerns have been diverse depending on the identities of women, and they have expressed these concerns in different ways. The very first name that comes to our mind is Mukta Salve in 1855, when she talks about a society where people from the underprivileged communities, marginalized communities are suffering. A basic fundamental question that a woman raises, a young woman raises, not just about women, but across the genders and some castes, some communities, which are never get taken into consideration for nation making, and how nation is designed devoid of certain people, devoid of the rights of certain communities. And that is precisely where we come across one source of inspiration for all of us as teachers as well. The very first woman teacher in India, Savitribai Phule and Fatima Sheikh, who had education coming first, even to achieve independence or even to achieve a nation. This nation, this education was not to create ideal homes, was not to create ideal women who could educate later generations. This was not to create women who stood behind men. This was not for women who could light the lamp in the house and stay in the dark. But this education was meant to emancipate women. This education was meant to emancipate the marginalized communities. A plea, an urge, a request, a call for education, English education, education as liberation and emancipation, which could confront other forms of inequality, other forms of marginalization, which in fact reminds one of an African-American feminist, bell hooks, who gives a call, who states that teaching to transgress. Teaching can be transgression. Teaching can be for transgression. And precisely that is what we are reminded of when we look at Savitribai Phule and Fatima Sheikh's work towards education, which is not to make ideal women, but which is to make strong women, independent women, self-reliant women, and self-respecting women. And similarly, Tarabai Shinde, who writes about Stri Purush Tulana in 1862, about equality between sexes, equality between man and woman, where she asks a fundamental question about the institution of marriage, where she questions religion, she questions caste system, she questions law, and she makes a succinct, powerful statement by asking a question that any system, any institution, when two people are participating on an equal ground, they should have equal rights. Why is it that only marriage as an institution invests all rights in man and dumps all duties on women? And we can see like what kind of sharp, pertinent questions are coming from women like this, and which are counter narratives, which are actually counter narratives, which are trying to create counter publics to the mainstream reform movement and also to the mainstream national movement, which was trying to create a certain kind of men and women and unite them in order to achieve a nation, the nation, a nation, one nation. Similarly, Pandit Ramabai Saraswati, who is born, of course, in a very, very privileged family, but who transgresses the boundaries and the borders of caste, religion, and the restrictions on women particularly. How, as a child widow, she comes out of widowhood, gets married, converts into another religion, and then writes about herself, her journey, her travels, her trajectories of having come out of the stereotypes of womanhood, but at the same time, all of them contributing to the aspirations towards nation making. And nation, our nation, where we are also citizens, where we are equal citizens. Citizenship for them did not mean mere right to vote, but citizenship for them meant equality and equity and respect and dignity as well. And it is here that they were actually speaking about themselves in their own voice, in the form of essays, speeches. But it is important, it is very, very important to listen to a voice like Rokeya Sakhawat Hussain as well, who has extensively written essays, fiction about, and her essays mostly concentrate on nation making, nation building, what kind of a nation one is looking forward to. I have to refer to one of her short stories here, which is titled as Sultana's Dream, where the protagonist one day wakes up from sleep and sees that everything has changed. Like Kandukuri Veereshlingam's Satyaraja Purva Desha Yatralu, Sultana finds that everything has changed around her, and men stay at home and women are in the public domain. Women are running universities, women are running offices, women are running all forces. And she's not just saying this to invoke humor. She's not just writing it as a farce, as a genre. But she's trying to say, she's trying to show the progress that women can achieve. How universities come up with major discoveries once women take a major role there. And how a place, a city, a town are like absolutely clean, systematic, progressing towards development when women take over. Which is also like a strong, very strong kind of demand, saying that women should be given an equal role. Women should be given, no, women should not remain just to be reformed people, but those citizens who can really come up with a very new vision for the nation. And that is how she presents her aspiration for a nation where women can play a major role, a very constructive role. But interestingly, towards the end of the story, she wakes up from her dream and she realizes that it was just a dream. So we wonder, what was she trying to do there? Was she trying to say that it was just a mere dream and it did not really happen? Or was she trying to say that I keep dreaming about it? Hope one day I wake up into that reality, not into the dream. But it's very, very interesting to see Rokeya Sakhawat Hussain, who is, as I said, who has written a lot about nation, national movement, independence in the form of essays, comes up with a short story like this and creates a character who is dreaming. I think she ends with the hope that it is not just daydreaming, but working towards the destination. Professor Anandi was referring to Muthulakshmi Reddy and her inputs to change the system, to change the social evils. Within quotes, I'm using it because there are now diverse arguments like Professor Anandi herself referred to different works, to change some of the social practices. How, as a representative of her community, though there was opposition from her own community for various reasons, some of the genuine reasons as well, how she comes up with a nation asking for dignity for her women, for their women, and the right to stand on par with other women, particularly with the mainstream women, and the right to make a decision for themselves, like where to stand, what to choose as a profession, and to mold their lives according to their choice. Having said all this, I have only touched upon, again, because of the paucity of time, I have only touched upon a few women and their major concerns. I think there is a lot to be studied still. There is a lot to be unearthed still. But I would also like to spend some time on a collection of narratives, which is inspired by We Were Making History, like Professor Uma Chakravarti referred to in the morning. That is, We Also Made History, edited by Meenakshi Moon and Urmila Pawar. This is a collection of narratives. This is an attempt to record the history of Ambedkarite movement and participation of women in Ambedkarite movement by Meenakshi Moon and Urmila Pawar, which was, as I said, influenced by We Were Making History. And it is here that they talk about consciousness of political rights and the power of organization as women in making a nation. I would quickly like to read out a few lines from this text, from the chapter Power of Organization, Dalit women who have come together in various capacities under various nomenclatures. But this is just one example to show how they were intervening in nation making. In our post-independence, pre-independence, they were talking about the independent India. This was in 1936. Anasuya Bai Ingole presided over CP Berar, Untouchable Women's Provincial Congress. The resolutions passed at this conference were, of the 3 women's seats in the provincial legislative councils, 1 seat should be reserved for a woman from the untouchable community. The state government should appoint untouchable women as honorary magistrates. The wages of women working in the textile mill should not be cut. The provincial government should make education in state schools free and compulsory for untouchable girls. They should be given scholarships and hostels should be established for them. Untouchable women teachers should be appointed in the state schools. It should be made the custom that girls should not be married until their schooling is complete, and that they should be given physical education. Every boy up to the age of 10 years should be given a 5-inch long jambia to place in his waistband, and every girl should be given a 3-inch long trident to tuck into her hair. This should be made mandatory practice. I'm about to conclude in 2-3 minutes. I see that Professor Sudharani is already standing there to ask. No, I will conclude in 3 minutes. But I read this out also to show how women were trying to contribute to the making of nation in a major manner, confronting the stereotypes of nations. At the same time, they were also bringing in their intersectional identity as well, for themselves as women, for themselves and for women like them from the marginalized communities, to give them full share, complete share in nation making and in their rights as citizens. Of course, we have come to know about some women and their contribution, their participation, their involvement. But at the same time, there are many, many women who are still unrecorded, undocumented, unknown. I think it's very important to know about them as well. And one such person who comes to my mind is Francina Suraji, mother of very well-known Cornelia Suraji. Francina Suraji was from a tribal community in Nilgiri area who was adopted by a missionary couple who grew up as a Christian. And then when Cornelia Suraji's Parsi father converted into Christianity and nobody from his community was willing to give their girl in marriage to him. The missionary couple performed the marriage of Francina and Cornelius Suraji's father at that time. And that is how she became Francina Suraji. And she inspired many, many women activists, reformers, and many others, particularly in the field of nation making and activism and reform movement. Thank you so much. I conclude with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunita. I wish we would have, your lecture is like a stream, silent stream, goes on, and you require 1 or 2 hours because this is very interesting, bringing out right from Mukta Salve to Savitribai Phule, Fatima Sheikh, and Tarabe Shinde, and several other women, Rukhya Shekhawat, and Francina Suraji, and Panita Ramabai. So all these women who made a difference in Indian history with their questions and their contributions. Thank you so much for your presentation. Now we'll come to the end of this with Zarina Parvin, Madam, Director, Telangana State Archives and Research Institute. Zarina Parvin ji she did her PhD in history, contribution to non-Mulkis for the development of administration literature in Hyderabad during period 1853 to 1911. Because our scholars from history and other subjects, they were immensely benefited with her contribution because she is an expert in Urdu and Persian languages, as well as she did greater contribution in preserving the valuable manuscripts and making her contribution in this field since decades. As senior research assistant Persian, she was appointed in AP State Archives and rose to this level of director AP State Archives and Research Institute, then Telangana State Archives after the bifurcation. And Usmania University, she guided 7 scholars, 5 research PhDs, and 3 scholars. They are in the process. And even very eminent persons have done their research, like Lal Rosam IAS and others. And accessing the Persian and Urdu records, which are very valuable in state archives. And she published 65 papers and attended several conferences, seminars, international, national. And the topic which she is going to talk about is the Muslim women in freedom struggle and nation building during pre and post-independent India. Thank you so much, ma'am, for come to the dais. Yeah, we request Sumaya to honor Madam with booking. अच्छी बात है, जितना हो सकता है। Yashoda, audience, learn audience. My topic is the contribution of Muslim women in freedom struggle and nation building during pre and post-independent. My article is very lengthy. There are 30 pages. How can I brief on 10 to 15 pages? I will try. On the occasion of the Independence Day, there will not be such an appropriate time to remember these Muslim women who proved their strength, enthusiasm, and determination in the fight for freedom. These women broke the stereotype of Muslim women in the society who are merely perceived to be clad in burqa and were never let out of the house. Their participation in the India's struggle for independence and for the nation's building on many other fronts made them stand prominently among the memorable in the history. The first name is Begum Begum Hazrat Mahal, Queen of Awadh. Begum Hazrat Mahal, a prominent and staunch figure of 1857 rebellion, was born in 1830 at Faizabad. She had admirers across the globe who praised her for her challenge to the Britishers. Her actual name was Muhammadi Khanam. Her father is Ghulam Hussain of Faizabad. She had inherent talent of literature. She was married to Wajid Ali Shah, the Nawab of Awadh. They were blessed with a son, Mirza Birjas Khadir Bahadur. On 13th February 1856, the British troops imprisoned Wajid Ali Shah. They sent him to Calcutta on 13th March and occupied Awadh illegitimately. They erect the people and native rulers. The revolted against the British under the leadership of Begum Hazrat Mahal. The native ruler and people met in Lucknow. Sorry, light. The capital of the Awadh on 31st May 1857, they declared independence. They taught a lesson to the British troops and wiped out their power in Lucknow. Later, Begum Hazrat Mahal declared her son, Birjas Khadir, as the Nawab of Awadh on 7th July 1857. As the king's mother, she gathered 1,80,000 forces and renovated the Lucknow fort, and spending huge amount of money also, she established a high-level committee for the good governance of the state. Hazrat Mahal ruled the state on behalf of her son for about 10 months and challenged the British power and sparing protection among the people and the fellow native rulers. She issued a historic statement on 31st December 1858, challenging the proclamation issued by the Queen Victoria in November 1st, 1858. But when Delhi, the prime center of the first war of independence, was captured, the British troops surrounded and attacked Lucknow in March 1859. There was a fierce battle between the company troops and the Begum troops. When defeat became inevitable, Begum Hazrat Mahal retreated to the Nepal forest along with the co-revolutionary leader of Nana Saheb Peshwa and others. Try to reduce. Okay. And second is Abadi Bano Begum. Abadi Bano Begum, this is the quote, communal harmony is imperative to mean freedom. These words were once echoed by a Muslim woman. Women many consider as one of the greatest voices of the communal harmony when she turned Hindus and Muslims as the two eyes of India. Born in 1850, Abadi Bano Begum, popularly known as B. Amma, was raised in a family that was victimized by the British in the aftermath of the First War of Independence in 1857. She has become parents to a daughter and 5 sons she has. Of all her children, Maulana Shaukat Ali and Maulana Muhammad Ali have written their names in the annals of the Indian history as the Ali brothers who started the Khilafat movement against the British regime. B. Amma was widowed at a young age when she lost her husband to the dread cholera. There were narrative about how this young widow nurtured the children on simple food and simple clothes and educated them at Aligarh Muslim University and Oxford also. Despite her progressive nature, B. Amma believes in the concept of strict parda. She broke all shackles that were associated with veiled women by becoming the first Muslim woman to address a political gathering donning a burqa. In 1917, Abadi Bano Begum joined a demonstration that petitioned for the release of both
her sons, Muhammad Ali and Shaukat Ali, who had imprisoned for her activities or their activities, anti-British activities, when the British government detained the Ali brothers in Chandanwad village under the Indian Defence Regulations. She was spent along with them. When a police official proposed for the surrender of her sons, she bluntly refused, and saying that if my son agreed to your proposal of the British government, I will kill them by first time. It was during this agitation that Mahatma Gandhi convened a meeting with the Bai Amma and sought her assistance to solicit women's support for the Indian independence. In the same year, already she joined in Indian National Congress and All India Muslim League session held at Calcutta. She emphasized their complete freedom could be attained only if Indians of all faiths united. B. Amma's contribution during the Khilafat and non-cooperation movement in 1919 was truly inspiration. At several meetings, she used to openly declare that it was her ambition that even the dog and cat even of her country should not be under the slavery of the paramount power or Britishers. Padibano passed away in 1924, having behind her indelible footprints on the mind of Indians, both young and old, 66 years post her death. Even the government of Pakistan acknowledged her contribution to the freedom struggle by issuing a commemorative postal stamp in her honor on 20th September 2012. A girls' school was named in memory of the B. Amma at the Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. Begum Shekhawat, already you have listened about the Begum Shekhawat. Shall I leave to Begum Shekhawat? Begum Ruqayya Shekhawat was born in village called Parabhand in what is now Rangpur. His father was a well-educated lion owner and had a keen interest in the education, but maintained a strict rule of the Islamic code of Parda. For the woman in the family, that is why, while her brother got the supporting of his schooling, she was deprived of the education. Ruqayya and her elder sister Karimunisa were deeply interested in learning Bengali and English. Ruqayya's writing mainly revolve around the operations of the women. Prominent among her works are Sultana and Sultana's Dream and Padmanabhar and Abhodho Basini. In 1905, she wrote Sultana Sapna, one of the earliest depictions of feminist utopia. In it, she relies on role reversal of show the society what women are capable of it given the opportunity. She always believed that women were held back by their ignorance of their own rights and responsibilities. In 1909, she set up the Shekhawat Memorial Girls' School immediately after the death of her husband. The first school of the Muslim women in the region is starting with the 5 students. Ruqayya also recognized the importance of the women's economic condition of the women, independence of the women. She realized the importance of the organized action of change and raising public awareness among the women. And one of the progressive lady in the Muslims, Bibi Amtul Salam. Bibi Amtul Salam is a great freedom fighter and close as the adopted daughters to the Mahatma Gandhi. Was born in 1907 at Patiala, Punjab besides, following the footprints of her elder brother, Muhammad Abdul Rashid Khan. Bibi Amtul Salam turned down to the offer of any post and also any accompanied any post away from the active politics and reticulated herself to the service of the people. She also accompanied Khan Abdul Ghaffar Khan and his personal assistant, besides coming to the promotion of national integration and family. And amity during 1962 Indo-China War, in 1965 Indo-Pak War, Bibi took all pains in reaching the mountains and dangerous war area along with her adopted son Sunil Kumar. She joined all her life to Gandhian ideology and service of the nation. Breath had lost on October 29, 1985, to be a memorial in the history of nation movement. Hajara Begum. Okay, I will leave many of the ladies I have written. The last is the Suraya Tayyarji. Amina Haidari. Amina Haidari, she was an Indian social worker. In 1908, she received the Kaiser-e-Hind Medal, the first woman receptionist, for her work during the Great Musi flood in 1908. Already she has provided a lot of services in the moment of the flood. Already he went door to door and he's provided the facilities to the people during the flood, Musi flood in 1908. Suraya Tayyarji, last one. Born in 1919, Suraya was the niece of the Sir Akbar Haidari. The Sir Akbar Haidari was the Prime Minister of the Nizams, Mir Usman Ali Khan, from 1937 to 1942. She was a reputed artist who was known for her customary and progressive outlook. She married Badruddin Tayyarji, who later also served as the Vice Chancellor of the Aligarh Muslim University. Laila Tayyarji, the daughter of the Badruddin and Suraya Tayyarji, wrote that, describing her Amma and Suraya Tayyarji for the virus liberal, emancipated, proudly Indian, and rather unconventional given the times. Suraya was also a member of a few committees under the Constituent Assembly. Pingali Venkaya is often considered the designer of the Indian national flag, which was approved by the Constituent Assembly on July 2nd, 1947. He presented, last line, he presented the idea of the flag to the All India Congress Committee meeting held in Bezwada in the year 1921. However, this matter is the contrary to the popular belief. It was Suraya Tayyarji, a Hyderabadi woman, who created the final design of our current national flag. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'm very sorry for disturbing of some paragraphs. I can't leave.
Thank you so much I'm sorry for cutting you short, but this is the history, like Hyderabad history. Hyderabad history, most of the women's contribution is unknown. These unsung women personalities are to be written and get back to the history. Thank you so much for bringing out this valuable source of history to our audience. I thank you. With this session, we end, and a small felicitation to men. Thanks. Thank you all for your patience listening. Let us all go for lunch, which is arranged in the first floor on the top. So we'll have lunch and quickly for half an hour and again assemble here for the second session. Sorry, the resource person of the second panel to put you waiting. Yeah, first floor. Yeah, we'll have a quick lunch and then come back again.
Fine, sir. బ్రదర్ లంచ్ మళ్ళీ అవ్వాలి కదా మళ్ళీ 5 నిమిషాలు మేడం మళ్ళీ వెళ్దాం ఉంటే ఇప్పుడు ఫోటో ఫోటో వీడియో
KJ Somaya College of Arts and Commerce, Mumbai, to the dais. request Sarala Dr. Savla from Department of Economics, Central University of Gujarat to the dais. And I request Subhadra to lead the discussion, introducing the guests and news. Thank you.
Madam,
Good evening, everybody. Now, panel discussion, second panel discussion of symposium. This topic is Women in Nation Building, Post-Independent India. Now, I could like to introduce Challapalli Swaruparani, Professor Challapalli Swaruparani. He is presently working as Professor, Center for Mahayana Buddhist Studies, Acharya Nagarjuna University, Guntur, AP, acting as Head Chairperson, BOS, Center for Mahayana Buddhist Studies, Acharya Nagarjuna University, Guntur, AP, acting as Vice Principal, ANU College of Arts, Acharya Nagarjuna University, Guntur, AP, acted as Director, Center for Women's Studies, Acharya Nagarjuna University, 2012 to 19. She completed her doctoral research PhD 2006 on regional studies from University of Hyderabad, MPhil 1996 in history from University of Hyderabad, MA degree 1992 in history and archaeology from Nagarjuna University, Guntur, AP, and obtained gold medal UGC by JRF 1992. She has atoned more than 14 books published in national, international, and written articles, 100 papers in journals reputed. She has presented more than 90 research papers in seminars, conferences. Also, she has chaired sessions and delivered keynote and valedictory speeches in the seminars. She has conducted 10 national seminars and workshops. Under her supervision, 40 research scholars have received their PhDs, presently guiding 20 PhD scholars. She has received 13 awards, including Lordley Media Award for Editorial, Ambedkar National Award for Education, Potti Sri Ramulu Telugu University Best Book Award, Potti Sri Ramulu Telugu University Nalam Krishna Rao Best Poet Award, Susila Narayan Reddy Literary Award, Vimala Shanti Literary Award, Gurram Joshua Literary Award from AP State, Best Researcher Award from Acharya Nagarjuna University.
Next speaker, Abhinaya Ramesh.
Yeah.
This. Abhinaya, introduce you.
Madam, I stop the topic.
Next. Next, I would like to introduce Dr. Abhinaya Ramesh, is an associate professor and head of the Department of Politics, KJ Somaya College, Mumbai. PhD from Mumbai University, Department of Civics and Politics. MA in Human Rights, University of London. An awardee of the British Chevening Human Rights Fellowship, awarded by British High Commission, UK. It is the International Merit Fellowship from South Asia, areas of specialization, international law and women's human rights, UN Convention on Child Rights, Environment and Human Rights, Multinational Enterprises and Human Rights, LLB, Bachelor of Laws, Government Law College, University of Bombay, area of specialization, criminal law, administrative law, award and honors. British Chevening Human Rights Scholar. This fellowship was awarded by the British High Commission, UK. Invited to deliver lectures at Grimsby College, UK, 23rd June 2000. Invited to deliver lectures on women's human rights by the University of Magdeburg, Germany, for the master's degree course in Department of Politics during October. Thank you. Thank you, Sudha.
Okay, thank you.
Department of Politics during October-November 2003. Invited to deliver a lecture on domestic violence at World Social Forum, January 2004, Mumbai, from the organization Broad for the Welt, Germany. In the Department of History, UK, I taught the Enlightenment course. From 2019 onwards, she is a member of the Doctoral Advisory Committee of PhD Scholar at TIS, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. Published research articles and essays in EPW, Women in Rights Discourse from Canada, Countercurrents, Parivartanancha, Vatsaru, Milan, Suryajani, Sugava, Women's Study Center, Pune, Maharashtra, Times, Lok Satta. Presented papers and keynote address over 50 invited seminars and conferences, appeared on TV channels for discussions and debates on women's issue, USA Consulate, ISEC, Bangalore, Calcutta, Delhi, Constitution Hall, and recently King's College, London, to name a few. Note. Sorry, let's go. Sorry. That's next, I would like to introduce Dr. Sarla Dasari. Is an assistant professor, Center for Studies and Research in Economics and Planning, School of Social Sciences, Central University of Gujarat, Gandhinagar. She obtained BA in Wesley Degree College, Secunderabad. Later, she obtained MA in Economics from Osmania University. Subsequently, she was awarded MPhil and PhD in the School of Economics, University of Hyderabad. After PhD, she has a UGC postdoctoral fellow and UGC postdoctoral fellow for Women's Economics, School of Economics, University of Hyderabad. Dr. Sarla's research specialization include public economics and development economics, public policies, government expenditure, and impact on education, health, poverty, and rural development. Dr. Sarla has completed 2 research projects funded by UGC and PMMM NMTT. Dr. Sarla supervised 6 MPhils and 6 PhD theses, and currently pursuing 2 MPhil and 4 PhD students under her supervision. Dr. Sarla published 3 books and 10 papers in her research area in the various journals. Dr. Sarla presented her research papers at many national and international conferences held in India and abroad. Thank you. I invite you. Now I am invite Professor Challapalli Swaruparani speaking her presentation. Telugu.
Thank you, Subhadra. Friends on the dais, Abhinaya, Sarala, Jupak Subhadra, and respected guests and friends of the dais, particularly Professor Sudharani and Dr. Sivagami and Ravi Kumar, and all the distinguished guests, participants of the dais and on the dais. A very good afternoon. Jai Bhim to all. So at the outset, I'm thankful to my good friend, Professor Sudharani, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to speak on dissertation about this on this very important theme of nationalism, role of women in building nation building. So, in fact, this is a very important thing, but for me it is very embarrassing thing. Very embarrassing. How to correlate with this idea of nation, particularly nation and nationality. This is a very big thing and controversial, quite controversial, because of distinct caste and gender. We don't use to identify ourselves as Dalits and Dalit writers writing assertively on caste and gender. We don't use to, or we can't identify ourselves with this idea of nation and nationality. So, but still, I have tried my best. I will try my level best. Before going to discuss about this theme, I would like to read my poem on nationalism. Telugu, my poem is in Telugu, please. Very few people like Sivagami and others only, they can't follow this, but idea, you can get the this thing. Meaning you will get definitely. మమ్మల్ని తనివి తీరా ఈత కొట్టనీయని మమ్మల్ని తనివి తీరా ఈత కొట్టనీయని మా ఊరి చెరువు కడివెడు నీళ్లు తోడుకోనియని ఊరబావి లోపలికి రానియని రాములోరి గుడి అకారణంగా వీపుపై బెత్తమై లేచిన బడి 36-72 మా యాసను ఎక్కిరించే ఊరి సావాసగాళ్ళు పుస్తకాల సంచిని బయటికి ఇసిరేసే పంతుళ్ళు మెదడును మెలిపెడుతుంటే చిట్లిన ఊరి గుర్తులు ఇంకా సలపరిస్తూనే ఉన్నాయి. ఎవరో దయదాల్చి ఉండనిస్తే బిక్కు బిక్కుమంటూ తలదాచుకున్నట్టు తప్ప ఎవరో దయదాల్చి ఉండనిస్తే బిక్కు బిక్కుమంటూ తలదాచుకున్నట్టు తప్ప సొంతధనం లేని కాందిసీక బతుకులు గుండె మీద చెయ్యేసుకుని నిబ్బరంగా చెప్పుకోవడానికి ఓ ఊరు లేనితనం కంటే విషాదం ఉందా? వాళ్ళు ఉండేది ఊరని
మేముండేది మాలపల్లి అని పిలవడంలోనే అంటుజాడ్యం ఉంది కదా. వాళ్ళు ఉండేది ఊరని మేము ఉండేది మాలపల్లి అని పిలవడంలోనే అంటుజాడ్యం ఉంది కదూ. గాంధీ గారు హాస్టల్లో నుంచి ఇంటికి ఉత్తరం రాసేటప్పుడు అడ్రస్ రాయాలంటే చేతి వేళ్ళు అవమానంతో ముడుచుకుపోయేవి. ఎవరూ చూడకుండా పుస్తకం చాటున ఇన్లాండ్ కవర్ పెట్టుకుని చిరునామా రాసుకున్న రోజులే, ఎవరూ చూడకుండా ఇన్లాండ్ కవరు పుస్తకం చాటున పెట్టుకుని చిరునామా రాసుకున్న రోజులే మా దొరమాటలాగా గుర్తుకొస్తున్నాయి. అసలు ఆ ఊరిని ప్రేమించకూడదని ఎన్నిసార్లు అనుకున్నాను, గట్టిగా ప్రతిజ్ఞ చేసుకున్నా. అయినా ఆ మాయదారి ఊరిని ఇష్టపడకుండా ఉండలేకపోతున్నా. పొమ్మని పొగబెట్టిన ఊరిని, ఊరెలపటికి వెలివేసిన దేశాన్ని ఎంత వద్దనుకున్నా కలవరించడమే కదా గాంధీ గారు దేశభక్తి అంటే. సో దిస్ ఈజ్ మై పోయం ఆన్ patriotism. దేశభక్తి. So most of the aspects of my presentation are the women, particularly the women are away from this nationalism. They are indeed, in fact, they are not considered to be patriots. And moreover, they are being treated as anti-nationalists or terrorists or sometimes enemies. There is a lot of hatred against them. So I'm going to speak about them. And most of my presentation is covered by our Sunita madam. Already it was over. Most half of the presentation is over. In the presentation of Sunita madam and Anandi also, Professor Anandi also has covered some of the aspects. But still, I will speak about the new things. And new things means my observations, informal observations. So I have taken the information for this thing from oral traditions. Most of the sources of my writings, not only for this presentation and in general also, I used to take oral traditions and alternative source material from the material culture and indigenous literature, oral culture or oral traditions, and vernacular literature. So while I have considered the marginalized women only, particularly the women from Dalit and Adivasi sections and their contributions in nation building or whatever, for the growth of our civilization or for the advancement of our civilization. So women from downtrodden sections, so general women also, they are not considered to be as citizens. In general citizenship also, they are away from that notion. They are always means limited. Their space or their presence is limited to the domestic level or to some certain points, like as Sunita madam explained. Their education or their empowerment and their efforts, their fight for anything is not considered to be the aspect of nationalism, or big things are not related to them. They are not considered to be part of this nationalism or political sphere also. Their presence is not to be recognized by the others. In a film like J-Beam must be watched by every one of you, I think. In the J-Beam film, that Rasakannu is the hero. So while he went for catching the snake in the landlord's house, after the work is over, the owner of that house, he tries to pay something, pay for him, for his work. So then Rasakannu replies that madam means Amagaru kuda Maurame. Your wife is also, she belongs to my village only. That's why you need not give any payment for me. You need not pay anything for me, like that. Belongingness. He feels belongingness that the wife of that landlord or the owner of the house belongs to his house, his village. But the wife or that lady, she denies his assertion. She denies his ownership. Means she denies both of them, that both of them belong to the same village. That is a matter of insult for her. She doesn't accept that Rasakannu, the snake catcher, or the tribal person also belongs to her village. That is a shameful thing for her. So means mainstream society, a so-called mainstream society, doesn't accept that they have the village, they have the country on the whole. They have the village, they have the name. Sometimes even though we have tribes and tribals and Dalit communities, having the good name, a beautiful name also, they don't accept. So all these are living examples, even though it is picturized in a film like Jai Bhim, but there are many living examples in the life. But still, these women, these marginalized women, have been playing a vital role in the development of agriculture, growth of agriculture. They are the instrumental. The Dalit women and Adivasi women are the instrumental in initiation or in the beginning of the agriculture and settled life in our country. In any civilization, they are the torch bearers of ancient societies. Their traditional knowledge about the nature, about the environment, about the medicinal plants, use of medicinal plants in the environment, and about the these things, seasons, about the seasons, and all these, they are very, very, very valuable, because of them. We are living or we are breathing safely because of their protection, conservation of the nature, protection of the nature, and transmission of their indigenous knowledge. The mainstream society or so-called advanced society or civilized society is breathing well. We are living because of their relentless work. But their contribution is always being neglected and not to be considered as a valuable work. Also, literature point of view also. Literature generally, literature is always, most of the time, we consider, or in academia also, most of the scholars consider only written form of literature. Likita Sahityam. Written form of literature only considered to be literature. But literature, vast literature is in oral form. Vast literature is in oral form. And the creators of this oral literature is the Dalit and Adivasi women. Particularly Adivasi women, they are the creators of vast literature. Songs, they sing songs, they create songs, and they also create many things. And Dalit women also, they created valuable literature. And even written form of literature also, Dalit women right from 1920s in Telugu, in the decade of 1920s itself, Dalit women have been entered in the literary field. Interestingly, women like Tadi Nagamma, Gottumukkala Mangayamma, and others, there are many, Jala Mangamma, Kommu Krupa, Kommu Damayanti. There are many women later, Namburi Paripurna. She is now 92 years. So they have entered in the field of literature during 1920s. We don't know. Their literature is totally forgotten, neglected, totally buried. they have entered into the field of literature. That Tadi Nagamma's house I visited. She is in East Godavari. During the 1920s itself, she wrote criticism about Shakespeare. She herself also a creative writer, like she is a short story writer. And also, she has studied English literature also and wrote criticism on Shakespeare's dramas. It is very, very interesting thing and rare thing. We don't imagine also. And later also, other women, many women writers were there, but they are not considered to be the writers and the written literature or written critics also. Literary critics also totally neglected about the contributions of these women. And also cultural point of view also, culture. Any culture, for any culture, women are the carriers. Women are the transmitters of any culture. But the unique cultures of Dalit and Adivasi cultures, native cultures, they are indigenous cultures actually. The names like Vanavasi, Girijana, these are derogatory towards them. They are actually Adivasis. Adivasis means indigenous people. So their culture is very unique, and they are the transmitters of their culture, and they are the transmitters of their traditional knowledge. And dress patterns of Adivasi women, they are still following. Many of the areas in the rural areas or backward areas or interior places, not backward, we can't call backward, interior places, they are still following the same patterns of dresses. They are still performing the arts, and that oral art forms they are carrying forward. And in oral traditions, we have the art forms, interesting art forms like Chindu Bhagavatam, Dakkali Bhagavatam, and Yakshaganalu, Chindu Yakshaganalu, Veedi Bhagavatam. All these are street plays, like street plays are street performances. So in that particular area of art forms or that field, women play the vital role. Women as not only the artists, but also creators of that art forms. They are the creators and performers also. But gradually, men are replaced. In that area also, men are replaced. So there is direct interconnection between the caste and patriarchy. As Babasaheb Ambedkar rightly pointed out or explained in his article on origin, genesis and evolution of caste system in India, there is a direct interconnection between the caste and gender, caste and patriarchy. So in this field also, when the caste is stratified in Indian society, caste system is stratified in Indian society, patriarchy also stratified. Patriarchy was replaced by the matriarchy, matrilineal family system was there. So gradually in these art forms, folk art forms also, women are removed. Women's importance or the role of women is displaced and reduced, and men became prominent. Men have been starting prominent role in these art forms. So Chindu Ellamma, we know very well about her name in Telangana particularly. Chindu Ellamma is the folk artist. Her autobiography on of that Nenu Chindulu Ellammanu. Title is Nenu Chindulu Ellammanu. It portrays about the patriarchal value system which has been gradually imposed, which has been gradually introduced in these art forms also, in the performances also. She has explained all her agony as the artist, as a single woman artist, all her experiences she wrote, and wherein even in the folk art forms also, the hegemony or Brahmanical kind of hegemony was adopted. And then recently, because of to avoid the repetition, I will focus about my work, recent work about the forgotten Dalit women. forgotten Dalit women and their contributions for social reform and the nation building. So I have been writing a column which is Minugurulu. Minugurulu, fireflies. Fireflies is the English meaning, English translation of that. So in this fireflies, I have identified some of the women who belong to 19th century. Right from 19th century onwards, Dalit and Adivasi women are marginalized sections women. Sections are women from these marginalized sections or downtrodden sections. They have been playing very, very crucial role in public sphere also. So women like Pullagora Deenamma. Her name is Pullagora Deenamma. She belongs to Guntur district. She is almost a contemporary to Savitribai Phule. So she is physically challenged. Totally, almost 100% she is physically challenged. Those days, she has studied, strived a lot, and she became a teacher. Okay, by all efforts, to carry her on his shoulders for almost, by walk for almost 40 kilometers. 40 kilometers of distance, her father used to carry her on his shoulders. 10 years girl. So later they found some hostel by Christian missionaries, and she could complete her studies. And finally, she didn't want to become an employee, and she wants to establish a school. That is a big thing. For her livelihood, becoming the teacher, getting the salaries is enough. But she doesn't want to continue that life, just her own self and all. She has established a school in her small hut. She has some piece of land in her village, small piece of land. So on that piece of land, she has established a school, a hut. And later, she gave education to many underprivileged sections, Dalits and minorities also, Muslim minorities also. Many of the poor and downtrodden sections children, they got educated in her schools. So during 19th century, imagine, very big thing. And there are many women like that. Jyoti Lingam is another woman. Jyoti Lingam is a doctor, not MBBS doctor. She is doctor in her own traditional knowledge. That is Ayurveda kind of doctor. In Prakasam district, she belongs to a village nearby Addanki. So she also practiced medicine in her village, and her experiences are very different. She is the only practitioner who knows medicine, who can treat the patients, but upper caste people, they don't used to come to her. They don't want to get treatment. They don't want to meet her. So even then, she fought against all the discrimination, all the this thing, and physical fight also. She has involved in physical fight also against the landlords of her village while she was practicing medicine. So many of her experiences are quite interesting and radical, very radical. So like this, there are many women like Jayavagyamma. Jandalamma is a Chenchu woman. Chenchu woman of Nallamala forest. She is also very radical in her attitude or in her work. And she is fighting for the tribal rights against the mining, against the encroachment, against deforestation, and all sorts of discrimination and suppression against the Nallamala Chenchus of Nallamala forest region. So Chenchu women are that particularly tribal women. Tribal women are the environmentalists. They know, not only they don't know, they have knowledge, traditional knowledge about these herbals and all, but also they are the environmentalists. They fight against this encroachment. During, we know, many cases of projects, during the construction of big projects, tribal women came onto the streets and fought against officers, administrators, policy makers. So they are the environmentalists, and also they know the biodiversity. They know many names of the plants in the forest, many names of the birds and animals, their nature also we don't know. They know very well. So the slogan like live and let live, that is, they are the best examples, the living examples of that notion. So all this is nothing but developing the nation or making efforts for the well-being of the nation, I think. And also there are women like Katti Chellamma. There is another person like Katti Chellamma. She was Yanadi woman of Nellore district. She has participated in anti-Iraq movement, but her name is not to be seen anywhere in the feminist literature or feminist writing. Katti Chellamma. So like that, there are very, very interesting stories. And I will skip to Buddhism. Apart from this, these are all my observations and from alternative sources and personal observations, I have taken this information. And coming to this thing, nationalism and nation and nationalism, Aloysius' work is well known. Nationalism without nation. Okay, but women point of view also, women, Dalit women particularly, Dalit women are treated equal in Buddhism right from the beginning. Right from the beginning of Buddhism, Buddha has allowed admission to the women as the bhikkhunis. They became the members of the Buddhist Sangha. And that was a very radical step by Buddha. And later, during the modern times also, after Tevigada and all that we know very well, but during the modern times also, after Ambedkar's conversion, women, particularly Mahar women from Maharashtra and you know very well, and Tamil Nadu also, they are speaking or they are building a kind of nationhood, nationalism, like Pandit Ayodhya Das. When all the nationalist leaders of 19th century and 20th century, they are developing the concept of nationhood or nationalism on the basis of Hinduism. But Ayodhya Das, Pandit Ayodhya Das has sought nationhood in only Buddhism. On the basis of Buddhism, he tried to construct or reconstruct the concept of nation, concept of nationhood, because Buddhism only has given equal importance to all sections of the society. Hinduism, we know very well about Hinduism. Hinduism, as I read in my poem, it never considered the downtrodden sections as the citizens. They deny the citizenship, basic citizenship they deny. So Buddhism has given equal priority or equal importance to all citizens, all people of this country, equal. That's why Pandit Ayodhya Das has, he tried to construct the idea of nationhood through Buddhism. That's why he has started the Sakya Bauddha Samaj, and he says that Tamil Dalits belong to the Sakya clan of Buddha, and also while so during this census work also, while British administrators started census work, he explained them not to register the Parayas or the Dalits, Tamil Dalits as Hindus. He suggested them or he demanded them to register them as Adi Dravidas, and then religious point of view, Buddhists. So later, through his relentless efforts, by 1911, administrators also, the census workers also would register the Paryas of Tamil Nadu as the Buddhists, and Adi Dravidas is their identity. So this is a different kind of nationalism and nationhood. And later also, during a post-conversion period after Ambedkar's conversion also, Dalit women are getting equal opportunity in participating in the public life and claiming that this is Buddhism and this is our country. Like this, this kind of nationhood, alternative kind of nationhood is being built by the Dalits and women through Buddhism. So these are some of my observations. It is not recorded at this stage, written form or any, there is no format at all for this, no systematic, no order also. All my observations I have discussed with you. Thank you for the opportunity, particularly thanks to Professor Sudharani for the opportunity. Thank you. Next, Abhinaya Ramesh.
Thank you, Swarupa, for a wonderful presentation. Mainly marginalized women in national movement. And she elaborated from Dalit and marginalized women concept presentation here. Thank you so much. Next, I'm inviting Dr. Abhinaya Ramesh. Thank you.
Thank you very much for inviting me, Dr. Sudharani, people of the dais and esteemed audience. I'm very happy to have me here, and I'm very happy to convey what I wanted to say about this very important, let us say, gathering, and also the topic of the gathering. I would have two levels of my presentation. First, I would say for like methodology, and then eventually I will settle down with my illustrations, what happened last 75 years, and also the year before the independence, okay? Now, if you see the 1997, 50 years of India's independence, I was a student, and then my teacher, one who was a Parsi lady from Mumbai University, she called me and she said that, Abhinaya, you have to write, or you have to say something on this occasion about Dalit women. I was, in no time, I said, Dalit women and India's participation, how can that be? Then she insisted that somehow within 10 days, I need to have the abstract about this topic. And then I started researching on this issue. Thankfully, I could get some of the information in Mumbai Mantralaya, that is Secretariat of Mumbai's library. And you will not imagine series of names are there about Dalit women. At the same time, I also would say that the contribution of Mahatma Phule, before that Buddha, and after Mahatma Phule, Shahu Maharaj, and then eventually the Ambedkarian perspective towards women, not necessarily or only about Dalit women, but all women in India. As I said that the methodology of these social reformists were the emancipatory methodology. The knowledge production was necessarily aimed at emancipation and social transformation. But if you see in post-independence, you do find the emancipation and social transformation of women. I will locate and confine myself only to the feminist movement in India in post-independence. So you do have the emancipation, but emancipation was necessarily confined to few social groups, okay? Now, this is not my opinion. Mary Fensod has said that the social movement as a feminist movement, which started in Mumbai, had spread out in Delhi and eventually to the south. One missing point, which I must say before the independence, that is a contribution of Periyar Ramaswamy Naikar. His contribution for uplifting all the non-Brahmins was tremendous, remarkable, and especially the choices and voices of women, which highlighted more in his self-respect marriages, okay? So these are the four important pre-independent India, and the outcome, I would say the theoretical contribution of these stalwarts before the India outcome were Savitribai Phule. Since morning, one or two speakers have also spoken about Stri Purush Tulana by Tarabai Shinde, and also the Matanga girl, which also wrote an essay and participated in processes of social transformation, which were nothing but enlightened by Mahatma Phule. But what happened to my topic today is about milestones and challenges, okay? Now, I will necessarily confine to the social movement, and in that, the feminist movement in India. Now, if you see the 1950s, as Gail Omed has said, that before the independence, the milestones or the success stories about the feminist, along with Gandhiji and Gandhian philosophy, and as she said, that is Gail Omed, that they were behaving around Gandhiji or with Gandhiji as Sati Savitri. The the mental attire of them were nothing but Sati Savitri. It means nothing out of their own sensibilities, okay? So this was the scenario. Now, what I want to say that what really happened in knowledge production, the errors, the fluctuations, and then we see from 1950 till 1970, there is a silence on part of feminist movement in India. But from 1970, especially the report came from United Nations towards equality, and we started having the discussion about that how many women are having their own independence, and to use the Phulevian ideology to have existence of being an autonomous individual, one who can decide for himself or herself, right? So from 1970 onwards, and also there is a very important known event, that is the Mathura rape case in Maharashtra. The channelization, or I would say the articulation and mobilization, started happening in a very massive way in Mumbai city, reflected in Delhi about this case, and women from Mumbai, from necessarily upper caste and class, started organizing. Most of them were left-oriented. Eventually, these morchas and also the support to create the visibility of women. Leadership used to be always by the upper caste, whereas in morchas, many of them were from Dalit, Adivasi, and OBC communities. Okay. So they were used as a mob to make the issues of women visible, and also recognition of their issues. Now, what were the issues? See, the methodology of knowledge production from 1970, due to the report of UN, we started having a very important issue, formation of institutional knowledge production, that is the Women's Studies Center. Almost every university. If you see the review of all women's studies, necessarily they speak about the studies and the issues about the upper caste and upper class women, okay? Whether it is domestic violence, dowry, or any other interpersonal violence created in the household, okay? But what really happened that in 1997, you do have a very important thesis published by Amartya Sen, that is, which was recognized as for the Nobel laureateship. That is, the women are missing in this country and this part of the globe, missing women concept. And then again, we started having more focused knowledge production about women's subordination. The miss outs were so many about the non-established or non-affluent societies women, necessarily about Dalit, Adivasi, and OBC, that till this point you will not find, even in morning's Uma Chakrabarti's articulation, the last point she spoke about, Dalit girl, conspicuously she did not know what was the reason for her to be in the jail. Likewise, this was the methodology. Quite often happened in all the women's studies that you talk about a Dalit issue without any reference, without any valid reference, okay, or without giving you the clear discussion about it. I'm getting reminded because of that Veena Das's articulation. Veena Das, one who was from the JNU and now in America, has written quite interestingly about the violence against women and theories of violence. In that, she also has the illustration of one upper caste girl, one who had some sort of a dot on her face, and because of that, she was unable to get married. Somehow, family members arranged a Dalit boy to marry her with him, but eventually that marriage did not become successful. Now, nowhere the name of the Dalit boy, the name of that Dalit man, one who was ready to get married to a girl, one who was discarded by her social group. This is the methodology of our knowledge production. And then you will find that eventually all these things have contributed that Dalit woman is a subject which is add-on category in feminist. In feminism, it is called an add-on category. They are also suffering. Now, they are basically the sufferers. They are basically the subjugated beings. Almost every day you have 10 rapes on Dalit girls or Dalit communities women, and they are conveyed. I'm getting reminded of the one report of a reporter from Sri Lanka, that she said that we do have so many damages in our country about women, and Dalit women are also suffering. This also category, the add-on category, by the way category, is very much highlighted as far as Dalit women are concerned. And so you will find that number of issues which are having over here, getting reminded of that there are so many women, those who have. One more point which I must say, that before independence, women from all social groups of the upper caste or lower caste, they always had what I have interviewed some of the women from Mumbai, those who are from the Mofusil areas of Mumbai. They said that we did this, we did that. They never said I did. But as you cross the freedom and come to the other side of the freedom, that is post-independence, you will find everywhere this life-size I, okay? And we've forgotten about all those stories about the subordination, which became very responsible for all of us to divide, but we ourselves are started dividing at number of occasions, right? So these are some of the things which I wanted to tell you. The illustrations about the milestones, which I must say are not necessarily about the women. You see all the women's studies theorization, as I'm also getting reminded of Infosys Murthy and his statement about IIT, that we are not creating something new, but we are actually replicating what has been created by the Western world. Similarly, similar toning and similar aspects which you see even about the theorization of women's issues over here are very prominent, that till 1975, we were not knowing how to locate the case of rape about all women. It is very first time the feminist movement, which became very vibrant in America, the first time defined themselves, women themselves defined the construction of the law of rape that is against our will, without our consent. Now in 1975, okay, in 1975, you will find that this particular law was accepted by us but we were not knowing how to have the reference and relevance in our actual judicial proceedings. So it took 1985 when they started saying something, then we started actually realizing over here. So my point over here that the knowledge which was produced by women is nothing but the reflections of the knowledge produced by men over here. What happened in the West, the very fact that we are sitting here with all these gadgets is nothing but the outcome and creation of enlightenment discourse of reason and reasonability. It started in 14th century, okay? And so we are here, but we tend to forget that they did have a very centrality of emancipation of the 14th century enlightenment discourse, but we engage the gadgets. We have every good life because of the gadget, but we forget about the fundamental need which created these gadgets to those people. Okay, I love my country, but I wish to have that kind of a knowledge production from our own country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Abhinaya Ramesh Garu. Next, I would like to invite Dr. D. Sarlaji.
You will start.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good evening to one and all. I'm Dr. Sarla from Central University of Gujarat, Gandhinagar. Today I'm going to talk. So I'm very thankful to, especially to Madam. Okay, I thank you, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, Open University, for inviting me to give a talk on the topic public policy and women empowerment in 75 years of independence. And I especially thank Professor Sudharani ma'am who invited me. Thank you. So today I'm going to, so from morning and till now, everyone was debating about the women's empowerment and everything is going on. But always the debate will become a policy. So that will become policy for public. So now I'm going to talk about what are the policies for the public, especially for the women, since 75 years of independence. So I'll start with So I'll start with a quotation given by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. I measure the progress of the community by the degree of progress which women have achieved. This was due to the empowerment of women. He was given this quotation. So the main objective of this presentation is to analyze the initiative taken by the government through public policy since independence towards women development. What others were talking, really the participation of women in the, especially I am from the background of economics, so I have to tell that what is the contribution of women to the GDP. In the GDP, almost it is, it's not that much reachable, which the woman is not contributing. Yeah, if you see that from the International Monetary Fund, promoting gender equality through physical policy. So having more women working boosts economies. But gender gap in workforce is almost 7% difference in 1990 to 2018. There is a difference in the work product when we compare with the men. So only 60% women is contributing to the work participation, where the men are participating 80%. So the physical policy can help boost women employment, and which is it will add to the economic growth and reduce the poverty. So what are the special policies? I'll only talk about the policies which are given by the government towards the empowerment of the women. So I have So I'll be talking about there is a three-phase going on to the three phase of empowerment or initiative of public policy has been taken, from welfare to development and development to empowerment. So in the phase one, welfare has been taken place. In the phase two, we have there will be development. And in the phase three, there was the empowerment. So there was a change in between welfare to development and development to empowerment. So in the phase one, it is between 1951 to 1980, where the development women has been treated as with all of them, that is social welfare, privilege to the other groups like SC, ST, OBC, and all other groups, disabled age. So the social welfare is in the chapter 2. And it was being done in the first to fifth 5 years plans. So in that, it has been voluntary social welfare. It was women's development, and it was specially taken to the education and health. So encourage women in the okay. So in the it is in the So in phase one, it was on the welfare only, means only social welfare, especially in the only in the family planning and health education. It was encouraged in the 1951 to 1980. So afterwards, it was government was thinking about the women's, what is the contribution in the development, where the recession was started in 1980s, and there was a liberalization in 1991. And in the name of globalization, liberalization, all the it was only the rich people, capitalists were becoming rich, but what about the poor people and especially women were not at all supported by the liberalization policy. So they were made development policies from the 1990s. So after that one, so I'm going to read some special initiative achieved by the empowerment of women during the 1997 to 2000 till 19, the 12 plan commissions. So 12 5-year plans, what they have done. So the special initiative is adoption of women component plan to ensure the benefits for the development sectors do not bypass women, or not less than 30% of funds benefits flow to them from all the women related sectors. Launching of Shwashakti to create enabling self-help groups to develop the linkages between the leading institutes to ensure women's access to credit facilities. And Sri Shakti Puraskars were initiated for the first time in the history for the women's development to honor 5 distinguished women annually for their outstanding contribution. Setting of a task adoption of national policy for empowerment of women to eliminate all the types of discrimination against the woman and ensure gender justice. Introduction of gender budget to attain more effective targeting of public expenditure and offset by gender-specific consequences in the budgetary measures. And also celebration of 2001 as a women's empowerment year to create awareness generation. Recasting of Indian Mahila Yojana of Swayam Siddhi. This is an integrated program was started in 2001. Launching of Sardar to extend rehabilitation services for women in difficult circumstances. Swarna Jayanti Grama Swaraja Yojana in 1990 for eliminating rural poverty and employment and promoting self-empowerment, especially among the women, this women's things. So some recently adopted schemes were that Swayam Siddhi, Swayam Shakti supported for training and employment program, that is STEP, training centers for women, and Rashtriya Mahila Kosh. So it's in the budget, small, I will, gender budget in India. So this is the table what I have done it in the analysis part. Almost 16 years has happened for the total for the gender budget, but it was stable. It was between 4%, 4.3%, but nothing was increased. Even 1% only of GDP. So in the pattern of last 16 years, it was 5%, below 5%. About 90% of gender budget was remain concentrated in the 5 ministries. Allocation in 100% women-focused schemes were declining recent years. So what are the challenges for the public policies is ensuring economic empowerment, engineering social empowerment, enabling political empowerment, effective implement of women-related registration, creating institutional mechanisms for gender mainstream and delivering mechanisms. So what is the conclusion of this public awareness all around this 70 years is ultimate goal of development is human development, and human development focus on empowerment that depends upon the expansion of people's capabilities, enlargement of choices and their freedom. So both empowerment means an end of human development. It is recommended that governments have to make policies of empowerment for women, and this should be removing all the inequality to control all the resources, economic opportunities, powers in rights and political voices. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhinaya, for producing all the.
Thank you, Sudha. I'm very happy to say, loudly saying that because of you, I came here. So you given wonderful opportunity to me. Thank you so much, Sudha. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sudha. Now it's a felicitations time. I request Aruna to felicitate our lead discussant first, Dupaka Subhadra. Yeah. Yes, light, Ishwant, lights. Yeah. Wonderful time she spent on coming to us. Professor Chellapalli Swaruparani, all the way traveled. Daughter is not well. She came in the morning, rushing to Guntur now after this. Thank you so much. Srinivas, he's good. Abhinaya Ramesh. Yeah, I'll come. It's so much. How I wish I listened to more. But the time can feel.
All the way from Gujarat.
Sorry, I guess.
Once again, good evening, one and all. Good evening, all the invitees, guests for National Symposium on Women in Nation Building, Pre- and Post-Independent India, being organized by Department of History, Faculty of Social Sciences, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University. It is my proud privilege to welcome all our guests and invitees for today's symposium valedictory session. May I now welcome the president of today's symposium, Professor K. Sitaram Rao, Vice Chancellor at the University. Once again, welcome you, sir. It is my proud privilege to welcome today's chief guest for the valedictory session, Justice S. Nanda, High Court of Telangana. Welcome you, madam. Please come onto the stage and occupy the chair. Now I also welcome today's guest of honors, Professor E. Sudharani Garu, Secretary Director. Keynote addressee, Dr. P. Sivakumari, former IAS officer. Welcome you, madam. It's my privilege to welcome you once again, madam. Please come onto this stage and occupy the chair. Dr. Sivakami, madam. Yeah. And also I welcome today's guest of honor, Dr. A.V. Reddy, and our seminar symposium co-director, Professor Vadaram Srinivas Garu. Kindly come onto the stage and occupy the chair. I request Dr. Aruna Garu kindly present a flower bouquet to Justice Nanda Madam. I request Sarita Garu, Yasuhana kindly present a bouquet to Dr. P. Sivakami Madam. Thank you very much, sir and madam. Now I request Professor K. Sitaramara Garu, today's president of the function, kindly conduct the further proceedings. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a very happy occasion to invite you all to this valedictory section of this one-day symposium, National Symposium on Women in Nation Pre- and Post-Colonial India. So far, after the inaugural session, 2 sessions were conducted, in which one is on during the freedom struggle, that is pre-independent India, and another one is on post-independent India. So keynote address was given by in the inaugural session, Professor Uma Chakravarti. She joined in the session online, and she gave a very interesting lecture. Collecting the profiles of human business from the middle diaries. She developed her lecture and linked it to the present status of women and also human rights. And then the 2 sessions, Professor S. Anandi from Mathura Institute of Development Studies, Professor K. Sunita Rani, Center for Women Studies, University of Hyderabad, Dr. Zarina Parvin from State Archives, Government of Telangana, have participated and gave their valuable lectures in the first session. And in the second session, post-class session, these speakers have joined in the session, especially Professor Telapalli Swaruparani from Acharya Nagarjuna University, Professor Abhinaya Ramesh, Department of Political Science from Mumbai, and Dr. Sarana, Department of Economics from Central University. I have participated in the second section, role of women, the post-independent era, the nation building activity, and also various human rights and social movements. The last, we have come to the concluding session, that is valedictory session now. We have invited highly respected Honorable Judge, Honorable Justice Nanda from High Court of Telangana, and also to give valedictory address by Dr. Sivakami, former IAS officer and social activists working for the women empowerment. So this is the brief background. Now, in this valedictory session, I have nothing to say much because I have already spoken in the inaugural session about the various dimensions related to role of women in during the freedom struggle and also in the nation building activity of society post-independent era. I am also anxiously waiting to hear from the great scholars who have a lot of experience in dealing with the status of women, women rights, and women empowerment from the social activity point of view and also from the judicial point of view also. So, with this brief introduction, now I request Professor Sudharani to give a report on the seminar. So far, it has taken place.
Respected Honorable Mrs. Justice Surapalli Nandagaru, Judge, High Court of Telangana, and Dr. Sivakami, former IAS and activist predominantly writing in Tamil, and our Vice Chancellor, esteemed Vice Chancellor, Professor Sitaram Rao Garu, and our Registrar, Devin Garu, and our Head Department of History, Badaram Srinivas, and all the invitees of the dais. This is a very pleasant evening, proposing, putting in front of you the report, valedictory report. The inaugural session was very fruitful, bringing out, it set the tone of the symposium by Surabhi Vani Devi Garu, guest of honor. Our Sitaram Rao sir very aptly highlighted the role of women in various movements, especially Indian national movement and post-independent India. And Vani Devi Madam also, she said that we need to acknowledge the role of women, though women have a restricted role to play, but in the society, but they have come out a long way. Registrar also acknowledged the contributions of women in the life in the pre and post-independent India. The chief guest of inaugural session, Gitanjali Mandral, also acknowledged the efforts of Dr. BRAOU-B.R. Ambedkar Open University in the 40 years, how it catered the needs of the women, mostly from the marginalized sections. And in the keynote address, Professor Uma Chakravarti, she narrated the experiences of the women in prison who were put in prison, behind the bars during Indian national movement, and been asked to the Shekhawat and all. So she said that there is a kind of element which is neglected element, that is the Dalit women's element. Their rights were not duly recognized. So the program started with the introduction of the PRO and ended with the vote of thanks by the symposium director, that is me. And the panel one, which was in pre-independent India, the first session began with me briefing the introduction of the theme, pre-independent India, and three eminent persons were introduced. And the first resource person is Anandi from Madras Institute of Development Studies, Chennai. Deliberately, virtually, she made a presentation on gender and critique of nationalism, perspectives from the Dravidian movement, outline the gendering of Indian nationalism and its impact on Indian women, especially from the marginalized community, that is the Periyar movement, self-respect movement from the South India. And she offered a glimpse of alternative imaginations of citizenship started by Periyar and how women perceived it. Second speaker, Sunita Rani, Center for Women's Studies, University of Hyderabad. She attended also virtually and spoke on the topic, Envisioning the Nation, Women's Narratives from Pre-Independent India, starting from the Mukta Salve to Tarabai Shinde, Savitribai Phule, Fatima Sheikh, and many women, Pandita Ramabai, and many other women leaders of the pre-independent era who perceived the difference that has not seen by the the majoritarian sections of the women. And she referred to few women's works and the views on the Indian nationhood and nationalism. Third speaker, Zarina Parvin, highlighted the role of Muslim women's contribution in the Indian national movement, starting from the 1857 revolt period, Begum Hazrat Mahal, to the most of the leaders, to the Hyderabad leaders also, how many women made their contribution in achieving the freedom and participating in the national movement. So I was the lead discussant, and Lakshmi was the associate professor of political science, and Pallavi Kapte was the rapporteur for the inaugural session. And Evian Reddy distributed prizes to the prize winners who participated in the quiz programs on the theme Indian National Movement. Session 2 started with Chalapalli Swaruparani and Vipaka Subhadra. She was the lead discussant, and she introduced the guests. Chalapalli Swaruparani, she started her presentation by citing a poem on Dalit women on patriotism, how Dalit women perceived the nation and nationalism and patriotism. And she mentioned about the names of Jyotirao Phule and Tadi Nagamma, Komu Damayanti, Chindu Ellamma, all these women, and observed that the environment and the nature was their theme of their writing. And she says that, these writers were not properly acknowledged, as it was the Buddhism which gave the due equal importance to these women. And she cited several works of the Dalit feminist writings. And Abhinaya Ramesh, she talked about the milestones, how women traversed in the long years of 75 years, and as a knowledge producers and knowledge production. She centered her theme on this. And she talked about the phases of the development and the participation of women in it. And there was a silence in the feminist movement, and she also talked about the silence in the feminist movement. So that missing women concept of Amartya Sen also she brought about. And Sarana talked about how a post-independent India witnessed the long struggle of women in pre-independent, post-independent India also, women had to struggle a lot just to reach the empowerment segment, which came only in 2000. But it was only the welfare concept which was highlighted in 1950s and 60s, but only during 5-year plan, how development concept came and due importance is given to women, and how later the empowerment concept crept in. And even the gender budget, the allocations were not even 5%, below 5%. And there's a lot of things to be done and several challenges to be made on this occasion. So this is precisely the report of the one-day symposium where the eminent speakers gave their insights. These are the areas they have been researching upon for decades. So thank you so much, sir, for giving this opportunity.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was told this is my pleasant privilege to introduce the eminent guest, Honorable Justice Suripalli Nandagaru, who is the chief guest of today's event and valedictory session. And she's very kind enough to give me the permission to meet her. And very soon she accepted, and very graciously she's with us and putting off of her delay in conducting the program. Justice Nanda Madam is basically a government doctor specialized in ophthalmology, and she's Madam's husband Suripalli Mathura was also retired district sessions judge And the son, I recognize the son, presence of Surepalli Prashant Garu in the audience. He is also advocate in High Court and who is also a medical graduate and law graduate also. And enrolled, Madam Nanda enrolled as an advocate on the rolls of Bar Council of Andhra Pradesh after in 93. After enrollment as an advocate, joined the office of Honorable Justice G. Chandraya Garu and worked in the office for about a year. Later worked as a junior counsel assisting Rajagopal Reddy Garu, senior advocate for the period 94 to 2000. Actively participate for the last more than 28 years in the High Court of the Judiciary at Hyderabad and dealt with all types of constitutional, criminal, civil, labor, revenue, and service matters, specialized in the area of constitutional law. And worked as a panel advocate for AP State Legal Service Authority in High Court of AP during the period of 95 to 2001. Appointed as a member AP High Court Legal Service Committee in the year 2005 and panel advocate of the AP High Court Legal Service Committee while proceedings ROC 800 and continued till the elevation as a judge High Court of Telangana. So there is a long list of Madam's contribution. I'll just cut it short, Madam, with your permission. The state of Telangana is the first country for having completed the training of legal service panel lawyers within a period of 3 months. So Madam has the opportunity and she conducted several legal service services training programs and secured excellent grade in ESCH and every district and state of the Telangana for years 2015, 16, 18 and 21. And a legal expert in NRI Women's Safety Cell, nominated as a member of Institutional Ethics Committee, appointed panel advocate for National Commission for Women in New Delhi, appointed standing counsel for National Institute of Rural Development, appointed member inquiry committee, inquire about the complaints regarding the indecent representation of women IAS officers, appointed panel advocate for Corporate Bank, appointed counsel to represent, designate a senior counsel, nominated as member of 5-member interaction committee, and so on. Several contributions of made by women, and the landmark judgment given by Madam is more than 64 reported judgments in various law journals. The judgments were reported given by Madam Nanda. Elected as Executive Committee member, AP High Court Advocate Association for 3 terms. Elected as Secretary, AP High Court Advocates Association for 9 and 10. Nominated as Returning Officer of Conduct, AP High Court Bar Elections for year 10 and 11. Several awards have been received by Madam Nanda for her elaborate and illustrious career and contributions. Recipient of Acharya Chanakya Sadhavana Puraskar Award for the 2010. Earmarked for legal field awarded by the Bharatiya Sanskrit Nirman Parishad AP State Human Rights. Recipient of Elders Club Excellence Award for 2018. Recipient of National Unity Award 2020. Earmarked for the legal aid field awarded by Telangana Citizens Council. So this is in brief. I cut short, but there was long list of Madam's contribution. And I'm very honored to introduce P. Sivakami Garu, an Indian Dalic feminist writer, former IAS officer and activist predominantly writing in Tamil. Maharashtrian, but since she had grown up in UP, she was more familiar with Hindi.
and she speaks very fluently the Hindi language also. She has a graduate and postgraduate degree in history. So after completing education, Sivagami appeared for the cleared Indian Administrative Service, working in several capacities, including District Collector of Tuticorin, Vellore, Additional Secretary Labor, Director of Tourism, Government of India, and Secretary Adi Dravidar and Tribal Welfare. As a steadfast bureaucrat, she served as a Special Commissioner, Directorate of Stationery and Printing for Tamil Nadu Government, Collector in Tuticorin districts of Tamil Nadu, became the part of Dalit land rights movement in Tamil Nadu since 2003. She has seen her own experience as an upright officer, situation where caste Hindu bureaucracy has denied the fitting post to the scheduled caste for the simple reason SC is wrongly conceived concept. It is no denial in politics, media, judiciary, and in executive caste Hindu dominating entire system of bureaucracy. So this long journey of bureaucracy was ended with the resignation of Madam, and she wrote several works, as I just cited. Her second literary and commercial success novel, first novel, created a stir by taking on patriarchy in Dalit movement. Second novel, Ananda, is about violent treatment of women, translated in English by Preetam Chakravarti. And her first poetry collection was published in October 2011 and written 4 critically acclaimed novels, all of them centered around Dalit and feminist themes. She quit Indian Administrative Service in 2008 after 29 years of service. And she joined politics a year later, contesting Lok Sabha polls from Kanyakumari, representing Bahujan Samaj Party. And however, in 2009, she founded her own political party, Samaga Samathuva Party. Sivagami informs, based on principles of Dalit educationist and political leader, Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar is a forum for social equality. So we are very happy to have you, Madam, to deliver our Dalit address. Thank you so much for your presence, both of the esteemed guests in our symposium. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zarina. Without you to wait for some long time, I request Honorable Justice Madam S. Nanda to address.
Sure.
Distinguished dignitaries on the dais, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University, Professor Sitaram Rao garu, the other dignitaries on the dais, Professor E. Sudharani garu, Professor E. Revati, Professor Ganta Chakrapani, Dr. A.V.R.N. Reddy, and all other esteemed members of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University, print press media, and every member sitting here. I believe it's a divine blessing of God Almighty to stand before this august gathering as a chief guest of this valedictory session of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University on the momentous occasion of National Symposium on Women in National Building, Pre- and Post-Independent India. Madam Sudharani wanted me to address about women in Indian judiciary. In India, the struggle in the legal profession for women commenced with C. Suraji, who was India's first woman lawyer. After becoming the first woman to obtain a graduate degree in law from Bombay University in 1888, she wrote to the National Indian Association for financial assistance in completing her education. Despite standing first in the university examinations at the Deccan College, Suraji was not eligible for the Government of India scholarship to study in England simply because she was a woman. Suraji arrived in England in 1889 and was not allowed to read in Lincoln's library. She received educational funds through private sources like her British friends, Hobhouses, Florence Nightingale, Sir William Wedderburn, and others. She studied for a law degree at Somerville College, Oxford in 1889 and was the first Indian national to study at a British university. Yet she faced the hardest time to take the examination to become a barrister. In fact, in 1892, she had to get special permission by congressional decree to take the Bachelor of Civil Laws exam at Somerville College, Oxford. In 1897, she was the first woman to pass the LLB examination from Bombay University. In 1899, she took the pleaders examination of Allahabad High Court and was called to the bar only in 1923 when the law which barred women from practicing was amended. Suraji lived during colonial times and yet was able to transcend the Victorian mindset. She espoused the cause of women, particularly that of the Parda Nashin, women whose religion and cultural beliefs prevented them from speaking to men outside their family. She championed the cause of opening up the legal profession to women much before they were formally allowed to plead before the courts of law. She worked for many years as a legal advisor to women and children on matters in provincial courts and as a lady assistant to the Court of Wards. Without her commitment, sacrifices, and struggle, it would not have been possible for any of us to have a standing at the bar. According to the data collected by the United Nations Women across 39 different nations, the presence of women police correlates positively with reporting of sexual assault, confirming that recruiting women is an important component of a gender-responsive justice system. The unfortunate irony of our legal system is reflected by the fact that despite the symbol of justice being a statue of a blindfolded lady justice holding a balance, we have less percent of women judges in the high courts. In an ideal situation, women ought to be represented in equal numbers in the judiciary just as men. The reality is that even after India has completed 75 years of independence, it is for the first time that there are 4 women out of 32 judges in the Supreme Court, 83 women judges out of 680 judges in High Court, and about 30% of the women judicial officers of the subordinate courts. Here I have to stop and say that in the recent past, with the elevation of Honorable Justice N.V. Ramana Garu as the Chief Justice of India, in the recent past, that is the last 2 years, there has been a remarkable change insofar as women judges in Indian judiciary is concerned. Insofar as the highest number of women judges, it is Madras, who are having presently 14 women judges. Second to follow is Delhi with around 12 judges, and the third, 12 women judges, and the third to follow is our Telangana High Court for the first time with 10 judges, 10 women judges. But then it is hoped and anticipated that in future also, the same trend would continue. And I can say that in many of the states also recently, many of the appointments made had a good number of women judges. But this has been only in the recent past, which has to be continued in years to come. Moreover, we have not yet seen our first female Chief Justice of India, in spite of the experience, educational qualifications, and capabilities of women as judges. The current situation is that even if some women, through their diligence and struggle, overcome such obstacles and achieve great heights in the legal field, they are not looked at anything more than a woman who accomplished great things. A term like lady judge is not required in our vocabulary, considering the fact that the term judge itself is gender neutral. The underlying misogyny and mansplaining in this field manifests itself overtly and covertly. This problem trickles down to the lowest courts in our judicial system, where women are not assigned important cases to judge upon or represent. It took us almost 40 years to get our first woman judge in Supreme Court, Justice Fatima Bibi. Then another 20 years for the Supreme Court to have the first directly appointed woman judge from the bar, Justice Indu Malhotra. A major setback in women's representation is faced due to the fact that in order to be appointed as district judge, lawyers need to have 7 years of continuous legal practice and should be between 35 to 45 years of age. This is a disadvantage for women, as many are coerced into getting married by this age. Further, the long and tedious work hours in law, combined with the unavoidable familiar responsibilities of a woman, force many women to drop out of practice and thus fail to meet the prerequisite of continuous practice to be eligible for a position as a district judge. Myself, as an advocate of more than 27 years of experience as an advocate, I hardly had few women judges before whom I had appeared, unlike the number of male judges, many number of male judges, with Justice Maruti, Justice G. Rohini, Justice Meena Kumari, and Justice Anis. But then we had been blessed to have a very dynamic Chief Justice for a very short period, that is Chief Justice, Justice Hima Kohli, who was subsequently elevated as Supreme Court judge in the recent past. As Kofi Annan put it, gender equality is more than a goal in itself. It is a precondition for meeting the challenge of reducing poverty, promoting sustainable development, and building good governance. In 1976, Article 51A was inserted in the Fundamental Duties by the 42nd Constitution Amendment Act in 1976, which provides that every citizen shall make an endeavor to renounce practices which are derogatory to the dignity of the woman. The movement towards the prevention of sexual harassment at the workplace against women came with the Visakhapatnam judgment in the wake of serious human rights violations. A grassroots worker or Satin Banwari Devi carried out a vigorous campaign against child marriage in a village called Bateri, Rajasthan. On one occasion, when she succeeded in preventing the marriage of a 1-year-old female child, she was gang raped by 5 men who were the feudal patriarchs and landlords of the community. Her medical examination was delayed. The Sessions Court acquitted the accused. The judge took the view that the accused belonged to the upper caste and by virtue of their age and social standing were incapable of committing the crime of rape against a lower caste woman. After the incident, Banwari Devi was socially boycotted and her community abandoned her. Her in-laws and neighbors shunned her and called her a shame to the village, as if it was she who had committed the crime. Following this case, a writ petition was filed in the Supreme Court by an NGO for securing safer work environment for women. Mrs. Meenakshi Arora represented one of the women's organization in this case, and Mr. Pali Nariman, senior advocate, helped her in framing of the Vishaka guidelines against sexual harassment. Later, during the same year, the central government passed the Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace Prevention, Prohibition and Redressal Act 2013. The representation of the Indian Judiciary and the Supreme Court since its inception in 1950 has seen only 11 women judges. They are Justice Fatima Bibi, Justice Sujata Manohar, Justice Ruma Paul, Gyan Sudha Misra, Justice Ranjana Desai, Justice R. Bhanumati, Justice Indu Malhotra, Justice Indira Banerjee, Justice Hima Kohli, Justice B.V. Nagaratna, and Justice Bela Trivedi. Justice Anu Chandi, one of the women judges in the British Empire, who after independence became the first female member of the bench of the Kerala High Court. Justice Leela Seth was the first woman judge to become the Chief Justice of Himachal Pradesh High Court. She had immense contribution to her credit for her take on rape laws and succession laws. The representation of women in the judiciary must no longer be symbolic. Women are no longer a floating population in the legal profession who move away from the profession after marriage. Women work full-time on par with men, even though there is a need for greater representation of women in judicial appointments at all levels. It has to be merit-based and not entirely gender-based. Women judges give an impetus to building women lawyers to excel in their career and aspire for judicial posts and achieve excellence in the legal profession. They shattered the stereotype the women are not fit to adorn the bench as they are quick to react to situations emotionally. Women judges, by bringing in a new perspective, immensely contribute to the decision-making process and ultimately facilitate in improving the quality of justice delivery system. They contribute significantly to the texture of decision-making and thereby uplift the quality of justice. Being a natural women at the bench, bring in their real-life experiences to the court to provide a unique perspective. As caregivers and multitaskers at home, women bring on to the bench real-life experiences which bestow a unique gender perspective to adjudication and sanctify judicial action on the touchstone of legal principles. The expectation of a democratic society would be to see that there is equal representation of women in the judiciary, which is the strongest pillar of democracy. I would like to quote what Henrik Ibsen, a famous playwright and theatre director, has said, and I quote, "A woman cannot be herself in the society of the present day, which is exclusively masculine society, with the laws framed by men and with a judicial system that judges the feminine conduct from a masculine point of view. If one wants to be free from outer domination, one has to realize one's inner strength." Swami Vivekananda has said that just as a bird cannot fly with only one wing, a nation cannot march forward if women are left behind. So our judiciary cannot excel if women are left behind. The presence of women judges signals equality of opportunity for women, and inclusion of women judges provides mentoring to other women. Their presence in courts and higher judiciary would usher in a change of mindset with regard to stereotype of role of men and women. Women judges deciding gender issues are likely to come up with more empathetic and better courtroom experience for the victims. Women judges in the judiciary would serve to secure women's rights by providing an impetus to enforcement of such rights and to cater to specific needs of women. As a result, the quality of justice dispensation system will itself improve. A woman being a natural multitasker is bound to succeed in any given profession. But if she is dependent on only a few personal briefs which come her way, her appearance before the courts is minimized. The bench will also not be in a position to recognize her. Hence, women should be given preference while making appointments as panel advocates, which will pave their path to the bench. There are numerous factors behind the underrepresentation of women in judiciary. The primary reason is deeply ingrained patriarchy in our society. Women often have to face hostile atmosphere within the courtrooms. Harassment, lack of respect from members of the bar and bench, the silencing of their opinions are some of the other traumatic experiences often recounted by many women lawyers. Resultantly, out of the nearly 17 lakhs advocates registered in the country, only 15% are women. The absence of inclusivity in the thought process sustains this anomaly. A good number of women law graduates are compelled to give up their professional ambitions due to societal expectations. We need to create an enabling environment for women to pursue their career in law. Balancing personal and professional life is a huge challenge for women. Though they excel as students, the domestic issues prevent them from pursuing their passion. This is where the family, fellow members of the bar, and the bench need to provide necessary encouragement. We are still far away from ensuring at least 50% representation of women in our judiciary. The legal profession still remains male-dominated with severe underrepresentation of women. Visibility of more women in judiciary would pave the way for greater women representation in other pillars of democracy. For the first time, there are 4 female judges at the Supreme Court of India, and it would usher in a new era of women's participation in the judiciary. I would like to conclude by quoting what eminent former US Supreme Court Judge, Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, had said, and I quote, "Women belong in all places where decisions are being made. It shouldn't be that women are the exception." I thank the organizers of this event for giving me this blessed opportunity for being part of this momentous occasion. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you very much, madam. And you are very gentle with us. Also, for everything we need of women. Thank you very much. Now I request Dr. Lingam to provide the address.
Honorable Justice of Telangana High Court, Justice S. Nanda, Vice Chancellor of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University, Professor Sita Ramarao, Professor of History, Dr. E. Sudharani, dignitaries on the dais, and distinguished scholars and guests and friends. It's a great pleasure to be part of this symposium today. From morning, I've been listening to all the sessions, and I had the pleasure to listen to Dr. Uma Chakravarti, Anandi, Sunita, and powerful representations by Abhinaya and Chalapalli Swaruparani. And it's my turn now. And at the outset, I would like to congratulate Sudharani for the excellent organization of this symposium. And I also thank her for inviting me to deliver the keynote address. I have written down my speech. If I read it, it will take 15 minutes. But if I speak, I will take 45 minutes. So I prefer to read my speech. In the modern global situation, when every nation is considered as a global village, the definition of nation has not undergone radical changes. It denotes the body of people living in a particular territory, sharing common descent, history, language, culture, and tradition. An individual's nationality is still decided based on some aspects of this definition. While the definition of nation remains the same, conceptual differences have evolved in the historical process about nationalism and nation building. There is a primordial theory on nationalism, considers nationalism as a natural and ancient phenomenon. The modernist theory explains it as a product of specific effects of modern age, and it concludes, and to an extent forged by the international system, and it concludes it as a social and gender construct. It is needless to mention that along with many international scholars, I also favor the modernist paradigm. When the majority of the population in a country decides the identity of that nation, nation building involves development in all respects and fraternity among various religious, caste, ethnic, and language groups. The concept of nation building no longer means homogeneousness of people living in the territorial limits or mainstreaming of the language and religious minorities, Dalits, and tribes. Also, nation building, though requires meritorious services of individuals, it is basically a team exercise, team building exercise. It requires sacrifices of individual aspirations for the merit and benefit of the society. With these features, our Constitution advocates nation building through a welfare nation state on the democratic principles of liberty, equality, and fraternity. The animosities arising out of caste, class, religion, and ethnicity could be reduced gradually through nation states' efforts by effective implementation of appropriate economic and welfare policies and schemes. Political stability and authenticity of sovereign power of nation states are though achieved through election in democracy, which are essential in nation state building, they could be sustained only by recognizing differences and plurality by following a policy of inclusiveness in all development activities and decision-making bodies. With this understanding of nation and nation building, I presume that various panels have been arranged on the subject, namely the role of women in nation building in pre- and post-independent India. The role of women in India's struggle for freedom was remarkable. It is needless to mention that fighting the British was the very first effort towards nation building. Many women leaders and freedom fighters from different strata of the society and different walks of life fought against the British. To name the few, there are some names I would like to raise. Notable among them are Rani Lakshmibai of Jhansi, because when I said various strata of society, various walks of life, so from Rani to servant, there are many people. Rani Lakshmibai of Jhansi, Aruna Asaf Ali, Begum Safia Abdul Wajid, Madam Bikaji Kama, Sarojini Naidu, Padmaja Naidu, Jyotirmai Ganguly, Rani Gaidi Nilu from Naga tribe, Durgabai Deshmukh, Velu Nachiyar, Krishnamal Jagannathan, Kasturba Gandhi, Matagini Hajra, a poor and a widow, Vijayalakshmi Pandit, Kamala Nehru, Indira Gandhi, Rajkumari Amrita Thakur, revolutionary Nomibala Devi, because she led an armed force against the British on her own. It's amazing to note that both the elite and poor women had the sensibility of self-rule and fought against the British along with their men counterparts. During the struggle for independence, the driving force was nationalism, which is an ideology that emphasizes loyalty, devotion, or allegiance to nation or nation, this is a quotation, or nation state, and holds the obligations outweigh other individual or group interests. In other words, overthrowing the aliens and establishing self-rule was the motto at the time of independence by consolidating different forces. In a way, because people mentioned about Savitribai Phule and other educationists who helped women to educate, in a way, women's education and empowerment were tailored towards attaining independence. Was it the hatred towards British rule or love for fellow human beings that guided the spirit of nationalism among men and women? At that point of time, it's very difficult to distinguish because they were considered one and the same. But now is the possibility to know whether the true spirit of nationalism or nationhood exists by looking at every single aspect that goes to build a nation. Then what goes to build a nation is my next para. The task of nation building had started with abolition or annexation or amalgamation of princely states, followed by the formation of lingual states. The new constitution had to be drafted and introduced, and Dr. B.R. Ambedkar laid the strong foundation for democracy through the constitution. Powers of three pillars of administration, namely legislative, judiciary, and executive bodies, had to be streamlined as per independent India's new constitution. British India's political and economic structures were to be modified to suit our needs. 5-year planning was on the anvil. A nation wrought with illiteracy, untouchability, and poverty posed tremendous challenges towards nation building. In all these above tasks of nation building, though women were involved as members of Constituent Assembly and other high-level committees, no names of women emerged as prominent as in the case of freedom struggle. It's apt to quote Meredith Lauren and Hilary Macbeth's quotation: "Women are active participants in violent non-state actors organizations, They emerge in the frontline environment as armed fighters and participate off the front line as spies, recruiters, medics, and logisticians, and lead military units, hold political positions, and craft policy and outreach efforts. And what happens once peace is attained? That is our, post-independent intelligence. In the Constituent Assembly, out of 389 members, 15 only were women in the parliament. In the parliament and Rajya Sabha and in the state legislatures, the representation of women were hardly 15%. Saida Hamid, founder of Women's Initiative for Peace in South Asia, was appointed as the first woman member of the Planning Commission. Out of 23 deputy chairmen of Planning Commission, unfortunately, no lady had the opportunity to serve in that capacity till now. So the same is the case with the Finance Commission. Finance Commission is very important because it allocates resources between the center and the state. Why northeastern states are not getting their due share? We must actually question the constitution of the Finance Commission. If ever you had the opportunity to travel to northeastern states, then you'll find a sea of difference between Andhra and Tamil Nadu and the northeastern states. And though the participation of women in the governance of local bodies was ensured through 33% of reservation under Panchayat Raj, or 50% reservation as in the case of Tamil Nadu, their representation in parliament and the state legislature have not exceeded, legislatures, including all states, have not exceeded 15%. Currently, the Tamil Nadu, there are only 21 women MLAs against 234 elected seats. That is hardly 9%. If only women are given the opportunity, they can serve the country in nation building, is it not? So they are not given an opportunity. In this context, I would like to draw the attention to the famous Tamil twin epics, namely Silappatikaram and Manimekalai, written by a Jain monk, because I am mentioning the religious identity to see how they thought about women. Jain monk Ilangovadigal and a Buddhist merchant by name Seethalai Satanar, respectively between 2nd and 6th century AD. They had created women characters whom all of us can consider our ideal role models, irrespective of any religion, caste, creed. There are 3 important women, namely Kannagi, Madhavi, and Manimekalai. When Kannagi's husband was wrong, because I'm not going to tell the story, though I'm a storyteller. When Kannagi's husband was wrongfully imprisoned for the theft of an anklet and killed, she questioned the fellow countrymen and told them blatantly that instead of sharing her grief and mourning her husband's death, couldn't they rise against the ignoble and irresponsible king? She further said that she was ashamed of such citizens who were spineless and would like to directly confront the king. She wanted to directly confront the king. She marched towards the king's court and with her remaining one anklet on her hand. She stormed the court by breaking her anklet, which had different stones than the stolen one, and proved the king guilty in front of everyone assembled there. Unable to bear the truth and guilty of his crime, the king died on the spot. This is Silappatikaram and about Kannagi. Second is Madhavi. She is also a character in Silappatikaram. Though born in a courtesan family, please note she born in a courtesan family. She remained loyal to her lover Kovalan till his ill-fated death because he was murdered by the king. And thereafter completely dedicated herself to social work, unmindful of possible criticisms of her past life. Because people are scared to come to public because they would discuss about her private life and they will, tweet and, share comments on Facebook and all that. But she says her life unmindful of criticism of her past life. Her life implies birth, family background, past life are not impediments if women want to enter public life to serve the society. Third is Manimekalai, born to the couple, Kovalan and Madhavi. This is a different epic. It was written much after Silappatikaram by a Buddhist monk. So she became a Buddhist nun and decided to feed the poor from her magical bowl, surmounting innumerable difficulties because she wanted to stay single, but the king won't allow her. She was after her. So, but she had to face a lot of difficulties, but she stayed single as a nun and then served the society till her death. The above three characters, whether they were created from real life or imagination, were well utilized by Dravidian politicians to evoke Tamil nationalism and Tamil cultural identities. Among various interpretations of the text, they are important to women folk as they emphasize the sense of justice, social responsibility, equality, concern for the poor, and the need to enter public life. Coming to the post-independent era, substantial number of women had contributed in the fields of education, public health, medical care. Similarly, there are substantial number of women in the fields of engineering, public finance, science, and technology. Women entrepreneurs are less in number, but we hope this would be made good in the coming years. Many women activists are there for upholding human rights and protection of environment. So I just searched in the Google to know how many important social women activists are there. So it says 282, but none of your names are there, I suppose, because they have their own criteria to bring that list. The Google has listed 282 women activists all over India on various sectors. While these are positive aspects of nation building, there are threats endangering the very roots of nation building. Religious fundamentalism, I don't want to elucidate because I will run into problems. Religious fundamentalism or fanaticism, caste atrocities, economic disparities causing deprivation and penury, marginalization of Dalit and tribal communities, all pervasive corruption, starting from election, absence of land reforms and skyrocketing of prices. That's a recent one, which is rocking the country. Are some of the areas where effective interventions are needed. If the issues mentioned above are to be explained in detail, it may take maybe an hour or two. However, it is my duty to mention that we need to draw some priorities. See, everybody is a social worker. Everybody finds their area of concern. But nobody likes to know what is the root cause of all these evils, social evils, and then dedicate their time, at least to an extent possible. So, however, it is my duty to mention that there are not many powerful activists who work for promoting intercaste marriages, because Anandi in the morning said intercaste is, she didn't care intercaste, but she called it self-respect marriages. But these marriages are not now happening in Tamil Nadu. If it happens, then immediately followed by murdering, the couples. If they, you must be hearing it in the TV and newspapers. Promoting intercaste marriages or against honor killings among the non-Dalit women. I'm specifically saying about non-Dalit women because there are many leaders among them. They have all the resources. Sometimes they are more powerful, but their attention is not focused on those issues. And in Tamil Nadu, from the 1920s to till date, only Meenambal Sivaraj and Dr. Satyavani Muthu worked against casteism, and they both happened to be Dalits. Similarly, Krishnammal Jagannathan is the only woman who is involved in distribution of land to the poor. I don't think there are many land right activists, but there may be women fighting for their own rights to protect their own lands. But there is no activism on the part of independent leaders who take up the cause for, initiating legislation, for distribution of lands to the landless poor. Because when it comes to nation building, not only scientists and engineers are needed, we need basically agriculturists also. And agriculture can flourish only if landless people are given with at least 1 acre of land. So therefore, the need of the hour is activism. But now there are non-governmental organizations all over the country some years ago, but they are all now stopped. Maybe good or bad, I don't understand, because the culture of the non-governmental agencies are subject to criticism. I don't want to criticize them, but whatever good work they have done it. But now the funds are stopped; they are non-functional. So that is the disadvantage of non-governmental organizations. They are expecting always funds from abroad, and if the funds come, they work. If the funds don't come, they create their dialogues. The donors, they create the dialogues, what is needed for India. So we don't create our own dialogue, but land was not in their agenda. So they could not create enough, kind of a dialogue on caste. So independent resources, activists only, we had to create, dialogue in Tamil Nadu. As a result, we got 2 acres of land during 2006, but now it's all stopped. So now the need of the hour is activism through local mobilization of resources on the areas above mentioned. So at the end, I would like to pay my appreciation to these organizers of this symposium and my gratitude to all of you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Thanks very much for your elaborate and careless. Now, last item is felicitations to our honorable guests. I request our okay.
Participation certificates, K. Padma, Dr. K. Padma. Already we have sent Zoom link also. Kindly fill the form and send that. We will send certificates. Government degree lecturer, government degree.
Student.
K. Venugopal. Kammampati Yadagiri. Dr. Padala Lakshman. Dr. Sriven. Other participants kindly collect your certificates from collect yours. Sriven, Dr. Sriven.
Justice Nanda Gari registration.
Vote of thanks.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, of the dais. It gives me immense pleasure to propose common vote of thanks from my personal behalf and behalf of Department of History, Faculty of Social Sciences, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University. At the outset, I thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor K. Sitaramaravu Garu, who is the constant inspiration for all of us and academic endeavors of our university. I thank our today's valedictory chief guest, Justice S. Nanda Garu, Judge, High Court of Telangana, for her valuable and inspiring messages. We are thankful to Dr. P. Sivakami Garu, former IAS, for delivering very insightful keynote address. I thank our registrar, Dr. A.V.N. Reddy, for all the administrative support and messages. I thank our Professor E. Sudharani Madam for making this symposium a reality. Without her support, without her initiativeness, without her hard work, without her perseverance, it is not happening. It could not be possible. Thank you very much, ma'am. From our department side, I'm very much thankful to you. And I thank our thanks are due to our dynamic Dean, Faculty of Social Sciences, Ganta Chakrapani Garu, for his constant encouragement. And also I thank my colleague in the department, Dr. G. Dayakar, for his support. And I'm also thankful to directors, Director EMRRC, Professor Gutti Ravindra Garu, Professor Dr. Venugopal Reddy Garu, PRO branch, Computer Section in charge, Vasant Garu, and Graphic Designer, Venkat Swami Garu, and Engineering branch, CSTD, for providing necessary help and arrangements. And also I acknowledge the valuable help by the organizing committee for making these events grand success. And I thank all the committees, reception committee, hospitality committee members, transport committee members, and all the other committee members. Without their support and hard work, it could not be happened. And also I thank invited guests and invitees, directors, deans, heads of the departments, teaching faculty and non-teaching employees, research scholars, students for their presence in the symposium.
Online participants.
And I thank all the participants who joined online in Zoom and other platforms. And I thank all the academic branch and education department, Chandrakala Garu, Dr. Chandrakala, Dr. Sunanda, Dr. Nagarazu, Dayakar, Yadagiri, Kiran, Lakshman, Yakesh, Sunil, Aruna, Avinash, Sumaya, Makdum, Jyoti Bai, Nalini Shekhar, Sri Krishna, Devakinandan, Dharma Kalyan, Yashwant, Jeevan, Radha Krishna, Pullaya, Sarita, Jaya, Narsreddy, Narsaya, Jani, and Prism caterers for their delicious lunch. And also I thank the media people for coverage. And I thank all the members who participated online in through Jam. And also I thank rapporteurs, Dr. Pallavi, Dr. Kanakadurga, Dr. Sunanda, Dr. Lakshmi, for their crispy report. And I thank one and all. Thank you very much.
And online.
Already, I thank all the participants who joined.
Feedback form submitted.
Please submit feedback form. Immediately you will get certificates.
Online
thank you. Who participated online. Thank you one and all.